So we're in day 5 of the Lori Vallow trial. So far, we've heard from civilians. We've heard from two of Lori Vallow's former friends, Lori Vallow's brother. We've heard from Kate Woodcock, who's Charles Vallow's sister, and also JJ's grandmother. And we've also heard from another expert who talked about the crime scene, about Charles Vallow's body. Now, if you guys are not caught up with the Lori Vallow trial, we summarize 4 days worth of trial in a 1.5 hour video. So that was posted a couple days ago. I think it was on like Saturday or Friday. Check it out if you're not caught up, and then you can watch it and then you can be caught up or semi caught up. Now, today we're going to be going into Charles Vallow's, the medical examiner is going to testify and talk about the autopsy photos. Now, we are not going to be seeing it because it's on stream. You know, back then when I used to watch court stuff like on Court TV, and I think it was mostly Court TV. I don't know if it was like Law and Crime too, but I used to watch court like live stream stuff, and they used to be so savage and just show the autopsy photos on the fucking live stream. Now, I think the reason why they don't do it anymore, which is good, and I agree with it, is because there's a lot more eyes on these live streams. And then in addition, they're probably trying to get like ads and all this stuff. But I think it's good that we're not like live streaming people's like autopsy photos just like out in the fucking internet. I've always felt bad for Travis in the Jodi Arias trial because, you know, his photos at the crime scene were shown and people, you know, you can look it up on the internet and stuff like that. So I always felt bad for the victim's families, because, you know, you don't want that shit just like floating out there. But anyways, we are going to hear from a little bit of testimony from the medical examiner, although I'm not going to listen to the entirety of it because it's basically going to echo the same thing that other witnesses have already testified to, which is Charles Vallow was, he was shot twice, and he was shot once in the chest. And then the second shot, it seems like he was shot while he was laying on the ground. Now, we're going to hear a little bit more about the bamboo shirt that Charles Vallow was wearing, because there was one expert where Lori Vallow got really heated with, and she was asked about the $200 bamboo shirt. You didn't look into the $200 bamboo shirt? You don't realize bamboo shirt's like really strong? So she's trying to make the argument that the second gunshot to Charles Vallow was maybe not on the ground. Maybe he wasn't shot when he was on the ground. Maybe he was shot while he was falling towards the ground. And the reason why the exit gunshot wound looked different or was categorized as a short wound is because of the strong bamboo t-shirt. So I actually started getting ads for bamboo t-shirts, and they are kind of pricey. Now, I don't know if they're as strong as Lori Vallow says, but I don't know. I'm kind of interested. I wonder if we can get our hands on some bamboo shirts out there. All right, y'all. Michael Green Chili Chicken. Okay, when I see your name, or when I saw your name, I'm thinking of the green chicken chili enchiladas that Lori was talking about. You don't remember my green chicken chili enchiladas? She thought his shirt might perfect time. She was trying to say that maybe the second gunshot wound exiting out of his body, maybe it wasn't a bullet hitting like a hard surface like the floor. Maybe it was the strength of the bamboo shirt that caused the exit wound to be different. So anyways, we're going to get into the clarification of that because the state prosecutor does a really good job when she redirects the conversation. So we're going to be listening to the medical examiner cross-examination, and then we'll jump into some other witnesses. There's going to be one witness who testifies from the Social Security Fraud Investigations Office, and another person from the Banner Life Insurance. So again, Lori Vallow was continuing collecting benefits that was meant for JJ, Tylee, or meant for her when she was a widowed spouse. But however, she was remarried to fucking Chad, and she didn't update them. She was continued collecting the benefits, pretending like she was still married to Charles Vallow. And then we're going to hear from Banner Life Insurance. And if you guys remember, Banner Life Insurance, Charles Vallow had a $1 million life insurance policy. Initially, the beneficiary was Lori Vallow. Lori Vallow, no. We're thinking she concocted this whole scheme to kill Charles Vallow to collect his $1 million, payout. And after Charles was killed, the state said that she called Banner Life Insurance and was like, hey, my husband was shot. It was an accident. By the way, I'm the beneficiary. And they're like, yeah, no, you're not the beneficiary. And she was getting pissed, and she was like apparently like asking who the beneficiary was. And they're like, sorry, ma'am, we can't disclose that information for you. So at some point, her and her brother, Adam Cox, who, by the way, Adam Cox is a purported murderer who shot Charles Vallow, they apparently went through Charles Vallow's laptop trying to figure out who the beneficiary was. And she found out that the beneficiary was changed to Kay Woodcock, who did an excellent job testifying last week, by the way. Again, Kay Woodcock is Charles Vallow's sister and JJ's grandmother, and she is just sick of Lori. She's over Lori, okay? But she was like, she did such a good job when being the cross-examined. It was like her way to confront Lori, and she was waiting so long, I could just tell, but she did a really good job. If you guys haven't seen that video, watch the entire direct and cross-examination. I think it was a really good one. But anyway, so going back to Kay Vallow, so sorry, not Kay Vallow, Kay Woodcock. Going back to Kay, Lori confronted Kay at some point and was like, "Oh, you're the beneficiary." And Kay said in her testimony that when Lori thought she was getting the money, Lori was fine with having JJ go, be with Kay Woodcock for a little bit and then go to Charles' memorial service. However, when Lori found out that she wasn't the $1 million beneficiary of Charles Vallow's life insurance policy, she changed her mind and she didn't let JJ attend his own dad's memorial service. What was her excuse? Lori said, "Oh, I'm just so busy. Like, I'm doing things in Hawaii right now, like with Chad. And, it would just be really confusing for JJ." So apparently there was a tweet by, I think it was Pretty Lies and Alibi, who made an observation that when the jury found out about that, every single one of the jury members looked over at Lori Vallow when they found out she wouldn't let JJ attend the memorial service. Yeah, what a piece of shit. All right, so they're on lunch break right now, and they did start a little bit early, which I kind of do like when they start early. Let's jump over to Mr. Medical Examiner. We're at the tail end of the direct examination, and then we'll get into the cross-examination, and Lori Vallow is, throughout the three witnesses, I think she is going to get a lot of objections from the state. She's just trying to testify. I don't know if she's planning on testifying or not, but she's trying to, kind of let some of her testimony out a little bit while she's doing the questioning of some of these witnesses, and the state is going to put their foot down. They're not going to allow that. Oh boy, this is what happens, when you're representing yourself, you don't know what you're doing. During Kay Woodcock's testimony, by the way, there was a lot of I think she could have objected to so much hearsay, because Kay would be like, "Yeah, he said this, she said this," and Lori Vallow, she didn't say shit. She didn't object to anything. Lori just doesn't know what she's doing, man. All right, let me have my notes up. And you know what? Let me know if the audio, if I need to boost it up or anything like that, let me know. And I think the audio should be good. Well, let me say hi to everyone. Hello, Madam August Butterfly. How are you doing today? Thank you for summarizing the shit show. It is a it is a shit show. Oh man, it is a shit show. Hey, Chris, how are you doing today? Christina, hello. You're watching from Australia. Hello, from Canada. Hello, hello. Yes, smash the thumbs up like button. Yes, that's it. Yeah, I was like, did you change your username? Hi, Shaniqua, how are you doing today? Yeah, the $200 bamboo shirt. Guess Lori didn't go to law school. Something tells me that Lori thought she can go through one trial, the one where she was convicted of murdering her children. And she was like, "Yeah, I have experience." Psh, what are you talking about? Because I was watching this Court TV thing earlier, and Court TV had a clip of Lori telling the judge that she has trial experience. I'm like, girl, just because you're being prosecuted, that doesn't mean you have trial experience. Oh gosh. Anyways, I don't know if they're going after Lori for fraud. I didn't hear anything about that. I did not. Hey, Kurt, how are you doing today? But you know what they were talking about this morning, though? They're talking about the logistics of the Brandon Boudreaux attempted murder trial. They're already getting 300 potential jurors, and apparently the trial is going to start June 2nd. So Lori's going to have it's going to be busy for her. I don't know if she's going to continue going pro se, because I think at some point when she couldn't get her questioning out, she's like, "Judge, can I have a minute? Can I confer?" So she goes and confer, and she's probably like, "Can you guys just go up there, just do the fucking job? I don't want to do this anymore. This sucks. This is hard." I don't know. I feel like she just wasn't getting her line of questioning through, Just kept getting objected. From Wales. Yes, I absolutely agree. Horrible, evil mother. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I watched a video. Kobe Ryan posted a video apparently addressing rumors about Tylee at his wedding. I guess people were trying to say that, oh, Tylee wasn't part of the wedding photos or something like that, that she wasn't invited to the wedding. I don't know. But I watched that video, and it's just so crazy how there are people that are just going after him. I don't know, spreading rumors or some shit like that. And I don't know. And I was reading the comment section because I was trying to understand what was going on, because apparently people were also talking about some of the family members that were trying to insert themselves. But I don't know if you guys know anything or any update about that. I just saw Colby's video this past weekend. You guys want to check it out. That's like saying you have a criminal justice degree because you served time in prison. I mean, Lori logics. Lori logics. Lori having trial experience is like Casey Anthony being in the legal field. Yeah, Casey Anthony was like, "Yeah, I stood." How long was her trial? 2 months, 3 months? Yeah, I was in trial for 3 months. Yeah, I have legal experience. I do know that she was working with her private investigator at his office. So I don't know if she does any legal stuff or anything like that. I have no idea. but ugh, Casey. All right, y'all. So this is Mr. Medical Examiner. We're the tail end of the directive examination, and let's do this. Hey, Kendrick.
The gunshot wound to Charles's chest that exited his back was not shored,
No, it was not.
but the gunshot wound that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder was shored.
Correct.
Doctor, given the trajectory that you observed, that
And again, he went over it earlier, but short just basically means that when the bullet went through the body, it came across something that was hard. So, AKA Charles's body being on the floor. That's why they believe that Charles was shot while he was already down, not while he was going after and trying to attack Alex Cox.
from the gunshot wound to Charles's abdomen that exited his left shoulder, and the fact that the gunshot wound was shored, would that be consistent with the shooter standing somewhere near Mr. Vallow's feet and firing at Charles Vallow as he was laying on the floor?
Yes, that's certainly possible.
Now, you told us that you don't go out to the scene, right?
I do not know.
So you would not have seen if there were any defects on the floor consistent with a bullet strike underneath Mr. Vallow.
I did not.
If you were advised that there was a defect on the floor that was consistent with a bullet strike underneath Charles Vallow's left shoulder, would that further support the theory that he was laying on the floor there, causing that shored wound when he was shot?
It would, yes.
When an autopsy is performed on anyone, is blood collected to be tested for toxicology?
If we can get it, yes.
Was that done here?
It was.
Were there any drugs found in Charles Vallow's system?
No drugs were reported positive on toxicology.
No alcohol found?
No.
Based upon your autopsy of Leland Charles Anthony Vallow, what did you determine was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Thank you. The state has no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Here comes Lori. I'm sorry, we just say that every time. Does anyone know what reference that's from? Hey, Brian, how are you doing today? Hope you guys had a good weekend. We just experienced an earthquake, but I didn't feel it, apparently. There was a 6.0 earthquake in San Diego. My friend said it was really scary.
Dr. Baumgartner, you did a toxicology report in this case?
I sent blood for toxicology, yes.
And what did you test for? What substances did you test for in that toxicology report?
There are 16 or 20 substances that are tested. Typical drugs of abuse, a limited amount of therapeutic medications, and then alcohol, methanol, acetone, and isopropanol, I believe.
But not generally like someone's regular medications, like for high blood pressure or something like that?
That would not show up on this test, no.
And if someone was taking testosterone, that wouldn't show up on there?
It would not, no.
Human growth hormone would not show up on there?
No.
I was actually curious where Lori was going with that in regards to the high blood pressure medication, testosterone, human growth hormone. Is she saying that those could be other cause of, I don't know, different factors that could have caused Charles's death? Does anyone know where she was trying to go with that, maybe?
So just basically the substances that you mentioned
Yes.
are typically tested. And then if law enforcement were to ask you to test for something specific, then you would do that as well. Is that correct?
It depends.
On what?
The case type, what their request was, if it's even possible.
Okay. So if they were to say, we want you to test for a certain something, you would say if you could or couldn't?
Probably, yes.
Testosterone for aggression. Okay.
Okay. And is that typical
Oh, roid rage?
in your experience?
Is what typical?
For them to ask for things other than what you normally, the normal 16 things that you test for?
That would be atypical.
Okay. So normally they don't ask you to do that in a common manner?
They do not know.
Okay. And so in this case, you did just test for the typical things and no other requests were made, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
As far as the abrasions on Charles' knees, could those have been, you said that they were consistent with having been close to the time of death, is that correct?
Okay, so Charles Vallow, they believe the theory that the reason why he has like abrasions on his knees, like scrapes and cuts and stuff like that, is because he could have possibly fell on the floor, knees on the floor after the first shot.
They had that general appearance, yes.
And so those abrasions could have been caused by a scuffle before he was shot, is that correct?
Yes,
And not necessarily falling forward onto his knees.
correct.
And then the abrasions on his hands as well,
What about them?
that they could have been caused from a scuffle beforehand?
Yes.
Okay. I know that the state asked you if it was consistent with him, with the second shot, the shot to the abdomen, that it was possible that he could have been shot on the floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
But would it also be possible that he could have been falling when that shot happened as well? And then hit the floor?
So her other theory is, well, the second shot, Charles wasn't shot when he was on the floor. It could have been he was shot while he was on his way to fall on the floor. Oh, sorry, I don't know if my mic caught that. He could have been shot while he was on his way of falling through the floor. And it's the bamboo shirt that caused this type of short wound.
Not really. If he was falling and still passing through air, not yet having hit the ground, that would not have caused a short wound.
So if he had hit the ground and bounced on the ground from the first shot, as the second shot was traveling, that could not be possible that he hit the ground when that shot was exiting the shoulder?
He would have had to have been on a firm surface to create that short wound.
And it could not be caused by tight clothing?
Tight clothing and short wounds is typically like a supportive garment, like a belt or a bra. In my experience, I've never seen it with like a t-shirt or anything like that.
Right. And the other expert said that usually they'll look into that if the shirt is like really tight and compressed. But the reason why he didn't look into the shirt stuff is because the shirt seemed to be loose fitting onto Charles.
Are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
I am not, no.
Or how tough that material would be?
I am not.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
There goes the baby voice. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Doctor,
Gator.
if clothing like a t-shirt, bamboo, or whatever they're made of would have caused a short wound, would you have expected to see the short wound also to the other exit?
Certainly if both exits were covered with that shirt, yes.
So
Wait, am I getting it wrong? Is it short wound or is it short wound? I might be saying it wrong the entire time. My bad.
if the person is wearing a t-shirt that covered his back and shoulder,
Yes.
then if that type of fabric somehow was restrictive enough or tight enough or stiff enough to cause that pressure, then it would have caused a short wound to both exits.
I would expect that, yes.
Oh, it is short wound. Okay, I was saying short, like S-H-O-R-T. It's S-H-O-R-E-D. I kept hearing short.
But you didn't see that here.
No.
Only one short wound.
Correct.
The other exit, not at all.
No.
You were asked a lot about different drugs. Was there anything about
And I think that was a really good job for the prosecutor because she's basically saying that, okay, well, if it's bamboo shirt that's causing this short wound, how come the other one wasn't a short wound? Was he wearing a bamboo shirt throughout? Weren't the shots coming out wherever the bamboo shirt was touching his body? So, good job. Are you familiar with bamboo clothing and my world famous enchiladas?
Mr. Vallow's autopsy that indicated that his cause of death was anything other than the result of multiple gunshot wounds?
No.
Thank you. No other questions?
Are there any questions for this witness from a member of the jury? I do see at least one question coming up.
All right, jury question. See, something tells me there is a member of the jury that's in the health industry. I think this is a question they're going to ask that's like very something about like the lungs.
Were there
and-
significant amounts of blood in the left lung? Were there significant amounts of blood in the left lung?
Not the left lung itself, but the left chest cavity.
Does that suggest the heart was still beating during the second wound or the second shot?
The heart could have been beating at that point. It's also possible that the heart was still and contained blood, and that blood just spilled into the left chest cavity.
Oh, is the jury trying to figure out whether or not Charles could have been shot after he was already deceased?
Was there blood in the throat or mouth?
There was not.
Any other juror questions? Not seeing any follow-up from the defense based on that jury question?
No, Your Honor.
From the state?
You were asked about the
Something about the blood in the lungs versus being in the cavity. Sorry, she doesn't have her microphone. Oh my god, this looks so scary for a second. The microphone is covering her eyes, so I thought I was seeing Coraline eyes for a second there. Holy shit, this scared the shit out of me.
When someone is struck in the heart through the different locations that you saw in Mr. Vallow, where
When someone is struck in the heart in a different location than we saw in Mr. Vallow,
do you expect the blood to go after that gunshot wound?
where do you expect the blood to go after that?
The left chest cavity.
And you talked about that the heart could have been beating at that time, or the blood could have spilled into the cavity. Can you explain that a little more?
And you're talking about the blood, the heart. Sorry, you're talking about the heart, the blood could have spilled in the cavity or in the lungs. Can you talk about that? Something like that.
Sure. If the heart was still beating, blood would have been pumping through it, and blood would have been spilling from the two defects in the heart, one in the right atrium and one in the left ventricle. It's also possible that the heart was either fibrillating, which is not really beating, just sort of quivering, which often happens right before death, or potentially the heart was still, but blood that was in it at the time the death occurred would spill out of those two defects I just described.
In any of those situations, would you expect ultimately the blood to end up in that left cavity?
Are there any? Is there any situation where you expect the blood to go into that left cavity?
Yes.
And that's what you saw.
Yes.
You were also asked about blood in the throat or mouth. Does the absence of that indicate that the victim was or was not alive for some period of time after being shot in the heart?
Blood, throat, or mouth. Does that indicate the victim was not alive after a short amount of time after being shot in the heart? Shot in the heart. I think heart.
That the victim was or was not alive for some period of time after being shot in the heart?
No.
Yeah, the victim was not alive after being shot in the heart after for some time. He says no.
Thank you. No other questions?
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
He said earlier in his testimony that after Charles was shot in the heart, he could have still been alive for another like couple minutes, like a minute or two or something like that. Hey, Ghosty, Karango, hello. So agree, Sarah. I hope Sarah Boone is doing awful. I've been seeing updates for Sarah Boone, and she's still doing her appeal stuff. I know, right? Imagine you know exactly what happened and seeing everyone pretty much put the pieces together before your eyes. Heather says, hot take, don't rip me, but aside from her tone, demeanor, I actually think Lori's doing well questioning. She's a lot more unhinged than I thought. I seriously thought she was going to do like the whole Dara Brooks thing, like kind of just go like a little bit batshit crazy. We'll get like parts of it, like maybe tiny bits of it where she'll kind of like amp up a little bit, and then when she'll get really frustrated with the objections and stuff like that. But yeah, I actually thought she was going to be way more unhinged. But we did see some unhinged and some very... I think it's just her way of just trying to be aggressive while doing the questioning, like an attorney might do, like a defense attorney or something like that. But when she tries to do it, it comes off as like her just getting really frustrated. And it seems like it's like a personal thing. But yeah, I don't think it's a hot take or anything like that. You expect her to have pretend to have a better personality. I mean, she's doing like some little giggles and laughs here and there, you know. She's trying to kind of like there was a term that another person used, like endear herself with the jury and the witness. You know, like, oh, it was, how hot was it? It was hot. Hot. Like, I don't know. Like, she'll just like do like little laughs and giggles here and there to be more likable. But I don't fault her for that, because you are trying to be likable for the jury, right? You're trying to be like, oh, this is just a normal person who's just trying to defend herself. She's a mom. She's a wife. Like, she's a normal person. Yeah, no box forts here. She doesn't do well with the female witnesses. Yeah, she struggles with the witnesses that she knows personally. With Kay Woodcock, I don't know if she was nervous or if she wasn't prepared or what happened there, but she was like really taking her time, and it just seems like, I don't know, because she was really fiery with that one friend, Serena. But I think Serena was probably someone that she thought she could just like steamroll over. But when it came to Kay Woodcock, dude, she like had no steam. It was just like, she was very meek compared to Kay.
Sworn in. Yeah, come right up.
All right, we're swearing in a new witness. Also, why is my
My
hair
name is
going?
Mark Sari. I'm a special agent with the Social Security Administration Office Inspector General.
What do you do there?
So I investigate crimes and allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse within Social Security.
How long have you worked for Social Security?
Approximately 6 years.
And as an investigator with Social Security, are you familiar with the reports that are created and kept in the normal course of business?
Yes, I am.
And for instance, are you familiar with sort of the meetings and processes and notices of award letters sent out by Social Security for survivor benefits?
Yes, I am.
What are survivor benefits?
Those are benefits paid to a recipient. For example, if someone were to die or pass, their children would be possibly entitled to benefits on their behalf after they were to pass.
When a child becomes an adult, what happens to those survivor benefits that Social Security has been paying?
They would cease.
What if a child is taken to or adopted by or guardianship is given to another individual while they're receiving survivor benefits?
They would transfer to that new individual.
When a child has a parent that passes away, are any benefits paid out to the mother of the child?
Yes, they could be.
How does that depend? What makes the difference on whether or not the mother gets benefits or not?
So it's a benefit called mother, child, and care benefits. So for example, if a mother is married to her father at the time of his death, she would receive called a mother, child, and care benefit. So it'd be a dual benefit for the child as well as her benefit for herself. It would be the same dollar amount that she would receive as well.
Yeah, and in cases where, like let's say rape cases, you're testifying in the stand and you're the victim, and then the person that's accused of doing that to you, and you had to fucking go up there and testify against them. Like, that's tough. That's hard. Yeah.
So if the parents were not married at the time that one of the parents passes away, then does the other parent get any survivor benefits?
They would not.
If a surviving spouse remarries, what happens to those benefits given to, say, the mother of the child?
They would then cease upon that marriage.
Would the child still get benefits?
They would.
Okay. Were you asked to look into survivor benefits involving Lori Vallow and JJ Vallow?
Yes, I was.
In your investigation, did you also become aware of benefits being provided to another child of Lori Vallow, Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you learn that starting in June of 2018, Tylee Ryan was receiving survivor benefits from Social Security for the death of her father?
Yes.
In 2019, how much was Tylee Ryan receiving?
Approximately $18.59 per month.
Is there a representative payee for a child who is receiving Social Security benefits as survivor?
Yes, there is.
What is a representative payee?
So based upon a child being a minor, we would appoint a called representative payee. So that person would be the payee on behalf of that child. So they would have a bank account and they pay money from us on behalf of that child to pay for shelter, clothes, money, that sort of thing, food, that sort of thing.
So in the case of Tylee Ryan, was Lori Vallow the representative payee for Tylee Ryan?
She was.
And is in general, those benefits you said are put into a bank account that can be held by both the child and the payee?
Correct.
Now, if Lori Vallow was married in June of 2018 to someone else, not Tylee's father, would she still receive that mother of survivor benefits?
She would not.
Okay. How does a person go about applying for survivor benefits from Social Security?
Hey, Golaki.
So upon the passing of the recipient, say a father, they would have to go into the office or apply online and then have an appointment to confirm the details for that survivor receiving benefits on behalf of that decedent.
And so that's the normal course of business, is to have someone come in eventually and speak with someone about verifying different important aspects to consider when determining whether or not to provide survivor benefits.
Correct.
During your investigation, did you become aware of Lori Vallow going to an appointment with someone from Social Security Administration related to JJ?
Yes.
When was that?
On or about August 12th, 2019.
During that meeting, did Lori Vallow have to answer questions relating to her relationship with Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Did she have to, for instance, provide the date when she and Charles Vallow were married?
Yes.
When was that?
The date of the marriage would have to be refreshed from a document for that.
Sure. Let me see if I have that one here. If I can have my paralegal approach.
would have been on February 24th, 2006.
And you can leave that with me. Thank you. During that meeting on August 12th of 2019, was Lori Vallow questioned about whether or not she and Charles Vallow were living together at the time of his death?
She was.
And what did Lori Vallow tell Social Security on August 12th of 2019 about whether or not she and Charles Vallow were still living together at the time of his death?
She confirmed they were living together at the time of his death.
Is that important in trying to determine survivor benefits?
It definitely helps the agencies determine if benefits are entitled to the recipient, correct?
Now, as part of your job, sort of working for the Office of Investigations for Social Security, did you become involved in looking at these benefits that were awarded to Lori Vallow and to J.J. Vallow as a result of the death of Leland Charles Vallow?
Yes.
You told us you were familiar with the notice of award letters that Social Security sends out?
Yes.
And are those letters created in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they created at or near the time when that person goes in to make that appointment and a decision is made to provide those survivor benefits?
Yes, correct.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 213 and 214? Do you recognize what those two exhibits are?
I do.
And are those the notice of award letter sent to Lori Vallow regarding survivor benefits for both herself and for J.J. Vallow?
Yes, they are.
And those are the documents you talked about that were created in the normal course of business
Yes.
at or near the time of that decision?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit 213 and 214.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
213, 214 are admitted.
And if I can get those so I can publish them as well, Your Honor. I start with 213.
I mean, yeah, compared to $1 million, it could be considered nothing, but still, she was still getting a sum total of like $4,000 after Charles's death, and then I guess an additional $1,859 from what Tylee was getting from her father. Pretty good.
Maybe autofocus there. Okay, so what we see here in 213 is this the letter that would be sent to Lori Vallow on behalf of Joshua Jackson Vallow, J.J. Vallow.
Yes, correct.
And we see it was sent to an address in Santan Valley.
Yes.
Okay. Does this letter provide or advise how much money that Lori Vallow would receive or that J.J. Vallow would receive as a result of the death of his father?
It does.
And how much would he receive as a result of the death of Charles Vallow?
It'd be $19.51 per month. It also mentions the back pay from the date of death for Charles up until that date of the letter.
Okay. So monthly, the $19.51, and then a back pay of $3,902?
Correct.
Exhibit 2014. When Ms. Vallow went in on August
I
12th,
don't know why they won't show us the exhibits. Are we not allowed to see them or anything? I don't know. I want to see. I want to see what's on the screen.
would that be the same, during that meeting, would they have been questioning her with regards to both JJ as well as her survivor benefits?
Yes.
So this letter is from that same meeting.
Yes.
In 214 again, this one, we see that it's only addressed to Lori Vallow, but at the same 1658 East Sherry Street in Santan Valley.
Yes.
And how much money was Ms. Vallow set to receive as a result of the death of Charles Vallow?
It would be $19.51 per month.
Is that the same as what JJ was getting?
Yes, it'd be mirroring the same amount that JJ was receiving. Yes, correct.
So basically, she's getting about $4,000 a month?
Approximately, yes.
That's where they got the 4,000 from.
Now, in these letters and the other documentation you reviewed, we see her as Lori N. Vallow, correct?
Yes.
In your investigation, did you ever learn whether or not Lori N. Vallow ever remarried and became Lori N. Daybell?
Yes.
Can you tell us in your investigation what the date of that marriage was when Lori N. Vallow became Lori N. Daybell?
November 5th, 2019.
And who did Lori Vallow marry?
Chad Daybell.
No other questions for this witness, Your Honor?
Gross.
Cross.
All right, Lori, cross examination. So Lori was getting survivor benefits after Charles died. Tylee and JJ were also getting money after Charles died as well. Shit, did I say how much money Lori was getting from her end? Because I think, did I miss that? I might have missed that. Sorry, I was like responding in like some other chats. So Lori remarries on November 5th, 2019, and she was still collecting the survivor benefits. So he did say that even though if a mother remarries, the child will still get the benefits. So for example, Lori remarries, she doesn't get the money, but then JJ and Tylee will still get the money from Charles' death from Social Security.
Mr. Sari, does Social Security, as a surviving spouse, can you get benefits if you didn't have any children?
I believe so, correct? Yes.
Okay, so if you've been married for longer than 10 years, you get spousal surviving benefits, is that correct?
There are some rules for that. I believe that is correct, I believe, yes.
And so if I had been married to my husband for 10 years and his previous wife had been married to my husband for over 10 years, she would also get that surviving spouse benefit?
What's your question again? Who's the she part? Didn't follow that part.
Okay, just a previous person who has been married to my husband previous to me for more than 10 years. I mean, that's what Social Security does, right?
I'm not sure. What is your question? I'm trying to.
So I guess she's asking if Charles' ex-wife, who was maybe married to him more than 10 years before he married Lori, would she also get Social Security benefits? Is that where we're going? Where are we going with this?
Okay, sorry. So if there were two spouses to a deceased husband
Okay.
consecutively, and they were both each married for over 10 years to that same husband, they would both receive a spousal benefit or could apply for and receive that spousal benefit. Is that correct?
That's one administrative issue. I have to obviously I'm not aware of all those policies for that kind of issue, so I can't really answer yes or no to that question.
Okay. So if it was explained to me when I was at the Social Security office that I could
Object?
receive that,
I'm going to sustain the objection.
okay. But it is possible, you're just not aware of it, is that correct?
I would have to ask an expert in our agency for administrative rules on that.
Okay, and what is your expertise at Social Security?
I'm a special agent.
And so you just investigate, is that correct?
Well, just now, I think I couldn't hear what the state prosecutor was saying because her microphone is like not on or not in her mouth. I don't know what's going on, but I think it's an objection because she's technically trying to testify while asking her question. So, for example, if I were at the Social Security office and I heard this, that's like her trying to like throw in her testimony and while trying to ask this witness questions. But I don't know where she's getting at with if Charles Vallow's former wife was also possibly collecting Social Security on him as well. I don't know if we're going for like, oh, maybe there are other suspects in this case. No, because like, I don't know. I don't know where she's going with this. If anyone knows, let me know. I was a little confused with this part.
Investigate crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse with Social Security, correct?
You investigate fraud, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you're not really privy to what an agent might be telling a person as they come in to get Social Security, is that correct?
What they tell an agent, an employee, or what is your question again?
Yes, so you're not really privy to what the employees are telling the regular people that come in to the Social Security office?
I'm not there for those appointments, correct?
So you don't really understand what all benefits can be given?
We with OIG investigate crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse. So we are the experts for that. And we also have experts internally in Social Security we look to for guidance on internal rules that are more complex, if that kind of helps you out.
Okay. So you had said something about mother in care benefits. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, and it's the same dollar amount as the child in care benefits. Is that correct?
There's two benefits for the child in care and also for JJ. They're mirroring same amount, correct?
But wouldn't the mother in care benefits be for the child?
It would be if that individual had the child in their care, correct?
Right. So, but a spousal benefit, if you've been married for over 10 years and you didn't have any children, you would still be entitled to that. Isn't that correct?
My understanding is that you have to be a certain age to get that benefit, to be a certain age to apply for that. In a situation here, due to the decedent Charles dying, there was a benefit for the child only that was receiving, as well as child in care. So only two benefits were received for the child, also child in care as well.
So,
Okay, sorry. I have to go back a little bit. I'm really distracted.
previous person who has been married to my husband previous to me for more than 10 years. I mean, that's what Social Security does, right?
I'm not sure. What is your
All right, this is where he was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't know. I don't work with the admin stuff.
Is that correct?
what they tell an agent, an employee, or what is your question again?
Yes, so you're not really privy to what the employees are telling the regular people that come in to the Social Security office?
I'm not there for those appointments, correct?
Okay, so she's basically saying that like I went to the office and I was told something differently.
So you don't really understand what all benefits can be given?
We with OIG investigate crimes of fraud, waste, and abuse. So we are the experts for that. And we also have experts internally in Social Security we look to for guidance on internal rules that are more complex, if that kind of helps you out.
Okay. So you had said something about mother in care benefits. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, and it's the same dollar amount as the child in care benefits. Is that correct?
There's two benefits for the child in care and also for JJ. They're mirroring same amount, correct?
But wouldn't the mother in care benefits be for the child?
It would be if that individual had the child in their care, correct?
Right. So, but a spousal benefit, if you've been married for over 10 years and you didn't
Hey, Alyssa, thank you so much. Member for 7 months. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for your continued support. How are you? Hope you're having a good weekend. She needs to define regular people. She's trying to say they made the mistake of giving her benefits even though she remarried. I know at some point she was going with the mistake route. I think that was later on. I don't know if I was picking up on that right now. Because then why ask about Charles Vallow's other spouse? If two spouses who was married to the deceased for more than 10 years, would they both be collecting? Do you think that that's not supposed to happen? Maybe both spouses aren't supposed to be collecting and then they made the mistake of paying both spouses at the same time? Oh, maybe that's where she was going?
have any children, you would still be entitled to that. Been married for over 10 years and you didn't have any children, you would still be entitled to that. Isn't that correct?
My understanding is that you have to be a certain age to get that benefit, to be a certain age to apply for that. In the situation here, due to the decedent Charles dying, there was a benefit for the child only that was receiving, as well as child in care. So only two benefits were received for the child, also child in care as well.
So my question is, how is that determined by the employee? Like if it's spousal benefit or if it's a mother in care benefit?
It'd be up to the applicant to apply for the benefits.
So if you applied for the spousal benefit and they gave you the mother in care benefit instead, how would you know the difference? You just know that that was the monthly amount you were getting?
You would receive a letter in the mail. You also would be at the appointment very clearly told what you were applying for. It should not be any confusion about what you're applying for at that appointment.
Yeah, so
Okay.
he's basically saying you applied for it. She's saying it could have been a mistake on your guys' behalf, not me.
Okay. So if you were told that you were getting the spousal benefit,
Yeah, it's sustained.
if an employee told a recipient that they were getting a spousal benefit,
I'll allow him to answer that hypothetical if he knows.
if an employee were to tell someone they were getting a spousal benefit and they received a letter in the mail saying it was a mother in care benefit, should they call the Social Security office and clear that up?
It would be up to the applicant, if they received a letter in the mail, to contact Social Security and say, hey, this is the wrong benefit I'm receiving. So it would be up to the applicant to let us know, let Social Security know the benefit is not correct.
Did she get that letter in the mail and then she didn't correct them? Or is she trying to say that like, well, I got the letter in the mail, but I was too busy, marrying him with Chad at the time in Hawaii.
So if the employee put it in as something other than they told the recipient, then it would just be up to the recipient to correct that. Is that correct?
Social Security goes off of information that's provided to the agency by the applicant. That makes sense. It's up to the applicant to be truthful and provide the right information to the agency.
So do you have a copy of my application for either of these benefits?
You'd have to ask the prosecutor for that information.
Okay. Have you ever seen one, to your knowledge, that you remember?
Yes.
You've seen my applications?
Yes, I have.
And were they for mother in care?
It was for survivors for JJ as well as for mother child in care as well.
So the application that I filled out was not for spousal benefit. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
I'm sorry.
he can answer if he knows, if he recalls the answer.
Damn. He was like, no, yeah, I did see your application. And this is exactly what you applied for, ma'am.
Repeat the question, please.
I'm saying, so of the records that you saw, I did not have a spousal survivor benefit application.
The records I saw were an application for survivors benefits for JJ as well as for child in care as well. Were two different benefits that you were receiving.
Okay, so Is there an application for spousal benefit?
I'm only aware of the two benefits you're receiving, which was for JJ and for mother, child, and care.
So it could have been a mix-up of the employee. Is that what you're saying?
They would have been relying on information you had provided at that application appointment, August 12, 2019.
And this is a filled out form application? Is that what you're saying? It's not just something you verbally give to the employee?
I believe you could do it online ahead of time, but you were present, I believe, on August 12th at the office to go through line by line, I believe, with that application.
Oof.
So if I thought I was getting, if a person so in your investigation of this fraud, you have seen all of my applications, is that correct?
I reviewed any and all documents that we have in relation to JJ as well as to you receiving benefits on his behalf, correct?
And you do not recall seeing any spousal surviving benefit application, is that correct?
All that I recall seeing was, once again, the two applications, one for mother, child, and care, and one for JJ as well.
And isn't that a redundant benefit?
Which benefit?
The mother in child
me.
care and the child in care. Isn't that that's basically the same thing?
JJ had a benefit for himself solely, and a second one to be mother, child, and care. Does that
To
make
take care of the child.
Correct. The child has to be under your care, custody, and control during that time period, correct?
So when you're receiving these Social Security benefits, they want them to be for the things that you stated previously, right?
I gave a few examples, but it is for the benefit of the child, correct?
Right. And it's supposed to be spent on food and clothes, and it could be spent on an electric bill, and it can be spent on rent. They want you to utilize that money on a monthly
It could be spent on my wedding dress in Hawaii, or like the flights to Hawaii, or like the wedding bands that I bought on Amazon.
basis. Is that correct?
Correct, or you could also conserve it for the child as well, but that is correct.
And that they can do an audit any time of your account to make sure that you're spending it on those correct things. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And they want it to be spent every month, and you can't really save it for college. Is that correct?
No.
So if an employee told that to a recipient, that would be incorrect?
The benefit is for the child. The money can be saved or spent on the child.
So if a recipient was told that all the money has to be spent every month on the care for the child and could not be saved for college because it is Social Security,
Speculation to testifying to ask and answer.
The objection sustained for, it's straying into you testifying, ma'am.
so it is not your understanding that that benefit has to be spent every month. Is that correct?
Sustained.
So you are not aware of that?
Sustained.
Can I have a moment to confer?
Go ahead.
Help me out here. I don't want to do this lawyering shit no more. Y'all go up there and do the questioning for me. I'm struggling here. I think she just sidebars for a bit. Forward, sidebar.
But you weren't
sidebar.
present at,
Okay, there you go.
Mr. Sari, you weren't present at the interview with me and the employee at the Social Security office on August 12th, were you?
I was not.
So you do not really know what was said. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you just saw the applications in the later time?
Yes.
What time about when you started investigating this fraud?
In about January 2020.
And who is your superior?
But he probably interviewed the people that interacted with Lori. He would have to if he's investigating. All right, now we're going with who is your manager?
Who is your superior?
Is your question who my boss is, or
Yeah.
I have a special agent in charge who's my immediate boss? Yeah.
Relevance? Sustained?
Who assigned my case to you? That's my question.
Relevance?
It's not really relevant, but you can answer, sir.
Are you asking for the name, or what are you looking for as far as your question?
The name would be fine.
At the time, it was Special Agent in Charge, Joe Rogers. He's now retired.
And he was your direct,
He was my ASAC at the time.
and that came to you in January of 2020?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Judge. I wonder what her zombie name is. Lasagna Lori. I don't know, I just made that shit up.
August 12th of 2019, when Ms. Vallow went to Social Security and had a meeting, what is the point of that meeting?
The point of that is for an applicant to come into Social Security, apply for benefits, and then have Social Security determine if they're eligible or not for those benefits.
You have up with you a paper that was provided to you earlier to review. After that meeting, was a letter sent to Mrs. Vallow relating to the answer she gave and the benefits she was requesting?
Yes,
Is that what you were looking at when you were looking at some of the information that she had provided?
yes.
So in that letter that was sent to Ms. Vallow, what address was that sent to?
It would be the 1658 East Sherry Street in Santan Valley, Arizona.
And so that letter covers the answer she gave that we previously discussed of when she married Charles Vallow, for instance,
Correct.
children that they had,
Yes,
that they were still living together,
yes,
and then discussed what she would be applying for.
yes.
When you, in your understanding and having investigated these crimes, does Social Security just start deciding for people what benefits they feel they might want? Do they make decisions for them? Hey,
No.
you look like you might want those benefits.
Not at all, no.
She has to ask for them. Alyssa, thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, look at the cutie pie right there. Thank you so much for your first super on a live stream. Thank you. Yeah, the green chicken chili enchiladas. Your dad worked as a claim rep for Social Security from college until he's retired. It is not an easy job.
So regardless of whether any of us understand why Social Security would give benefits for a child and for the mother of the child if they're still married to the spouse, that is what you can get?
They would ask the applicant what they are applying for, correct, as far as for that benefit.
So when a couple is married and they have a child together and one of those spouses dies, the other spouse may be entitled to benefits for the child? Is that correct?
Yes,
As well as benefits for them as the mother of that child.
yes,
So in addition to the initial letter after that August 12th meeting, then Ms. Vallow was sent the second two letters, Exhibits 213 and 214, that showed her how much she was ultimately awarded.
correct.
One letter was sent to her specifically for JJ,
Yes,
and the other letter was sent to her specifically for herself as the mother in care of JJ.
yes,
And that's the one where we saw it was her name for JJ.
yes.
In your investigation, you did not see any surviving spousal benefits.
I did not.
All you saw in looking through reams of documents was that Mrs. Vallow was receiving those two benefits that we've discussed.
Correct.
You were asked about when you began investigating this case, correct?
Yes,
And would those benefits for Lori Vallow have terminated when she became Lori Daybell?
yes. Upon a remarriage, that mother-child and care benefit would immediately cease.
But the benefits for JJ would have continued.
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
But she kept
Are there any
collecting.
questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one coming down.
I think this jury question was like very, very, very long. Yeah, it took them a while. I wonder if there's some questions that they were trying to ask that they wouldn't allow in. Man. Offing your husband, offing your kids, just for some fucking money, man. Fucking crazy. I know, exactly, Ghosty. If Lori received a paper that said something other than what was talked about in the meeting, I do think it would be her problem to call and fix it. Not sure what she was getting with her question. I don't know either. The only segue I was thinking was maybe she said that, oh, I got the letter in the mail, but I didn't actually see the letter. I was in Hawaii or something. But it seems like there was a letter confirming the benefits that she was applying for, and then she probably has to confirm after receiving the letter.
Were payments to Lori Vallow stopped after your investigation?
They were, yes.
And during your investigation, do you know if Lori Vallow notified Social Security of her new marriage?
She did not.
Based on those questions, does the defendant have any follow-up for this witness?
Can I?
Do you have any?
Ooh, do you think that kind of gives a hint as to what happened to JJ, to the jury? Because if the payments to Lori Vallow stopped after the investigation, but Lori Vallow should have technically still gotten the payments for JJ, and she wasn't getting the payments anymore. It's kind of like what happened to JJ. Like, yeah, she remarried. Even though she remarried, she wasn't supposed to get the benefit that was for her for being the mother in care. So they're probably wondering, so I wonder why wasn't Lori getting the payments after the investigation for JJ?
Follow? Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Sari, you said that I did not notify Social Security of my marriage
Correct?
that you know of.
To my knowledge, you have not? No.
Okay. So you don't know if in Hawaii I was at the Social Security office and notified them?
Sustain. It's,
Testimony.
again,
But you're,
testifying.
so would you have all of the information from every office in that regard?
From our review of the records, there is no notification at all of you ever notifying Social Security of that marriage.
Of the records that you had access to, is that correct?
From our review of the Social Security databases, which would encompass notifications, we have seen 0 notifications.
And what-
Sorry, the Hawaii branch of the Social Security office, they don't communicate to other branches, okay? That's what Lori's trying to say.
what would you have to do to put in a notification?
An employee would have to go on the record and make a change or make a report of contact, that sort of thing.
And so that would go into a major database and then it would be available to you as well?
We would have access to view and see if there was any changes made. There were no changes made after August 2019 on your behalf.
Man, this guy's doing a good job. Amanda Hill, thank you so much for the super chat. You're my favorite friend to watch trial with, and y'all are my favorites, okay? Because I don't have anyone to watch trial with. No one wants to talk about this true crime stuff with me. I always enjoy watching with you guys on the live stream.
So none were made in November, to your knowledge?
There were none made.
And is that something that you would be made privy to
Yes.
in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
So it's not something that you could have just missed?
I did not miss it, correct?
Okay.
Redirect.
Thank you. So,
Nice try, Lori.
clear, does Social Security use computer systems to keep all this data?
They do.
She says, to be clear, the Social Security use computer systems to keep track of all the data. Turn on your microphone, ma'am.
They don't just have pieces of paper lying around that maybe you missed?
Correct.
They don't have pieces of paper laying around that maybe you could miss?
So whenever anything is updated anywhere in the country, it's put into a database that you were able to access.
Yes.
So whatever anything is updated anywhere in the country, you're able to access it, I guess, when it's put into the database. I don't know. Can you guys hear her? She's really low. I don't know if you guys can hear her or not.
And you did access it,
Yes.
and you reviewed everything that was in there.
Yes.
And you did access it. Yes. You reviewed everything that's in there. Yes.
And you at no point saw any information to indicate that any changes were ever made to those benefits after August of 2019?
Correct.
And there's no indication that there's any changes made to those benefits after August of 2019. He says yes.
And Social Security was not advised that Ms. Vallow had been married in November of 2019.
Correct.
Social Security not notified that she was remarried in November of 2019. Nope, she was trying to collect all the monies. She was trying to get all this monies while doing nothing. Nothing. Okay? Just having her in her zombie cult with fucking Chad while he wrote his books.
Thank you, Aaron.
All right, sir, you can step down. State, have another witness we can start?
I do.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go get her.
Did she ever leave the house in Hawaii with the media coverage? Not too sure. I mean, I know they got her while she was at the pool. or chat were sitting out in the pool. I don't know if they're on a resort or where they're at.
If I process death claims, if I process. My name is Robin Smith Scott.
I'm going to have you move up or pull down that mic so we can hear you a little better. Thank you. Where do you work?
I work at Banner Life Insurance Company,
How long have you worked there?
13 years.
What let me start with what does Banner Life Insurance do?
We are strictly a life insurance company. Customers can purchase life insurance policies.
And what do you do for Banner Life Insurance?
The pool body cam thing, it like pissed me off so much. They're just hanging out by the pool. People are like wondering where the kids were. Where does Lori go at the end of each day? I don't know where she's held at. No, they transferred her in. She's probably at the same facility that she's been in the past, like ever since they transported her back to Arizona. I'm assuming it's probably close by. Or just transfer her back and forth.
I work in the claims department as a claims representative. I process death claims.
Have you previously had to testify before about a payout of policy?
Yes.
I'm going to start by asking some real general questions so we understand sort of life insurance. How does someone go about getting life insurance?
They could go through an agent. More recent years, you can apply online. There's information, you fill out an application, basic information regarding yourself. There could be some financial questions, health questions.
Okay. And you talked about an agent. What is an agent in there?
An agent is someone outside of our company, but they
Oh, you know what? I think Lori was already charged with the financial fraud in her first trial in Idaho. I think she's already faced that. Yeah, I think they already went after her for that.
do business with us. They'll generally try to, find the best coverage and possibly best prices through, different companies for their clients.
When we're talking about life insurance, is there something called a policy owner?
Yes,
Can you tell us what that means?
pretty much exactly what it states.
I hopped on late. Was she getting money for her kids? Oh, money for her kids from Social Security? And if so, was it after they had passed away? Basically, the kids disappeared and she kept lying to the family members, acting like they were still alive. Oh, yeah, the kids are here, or the kids are over there. And yeah, she was still collecting money because the money was, she was like the payee. The money was deposited in her account and then she would basically distribute it to her kids. I don't know if, and the money, oh no, she probably had the money for her entirely. They probably had like a George bank account or something. But Lori's name was probably still on it. So yeah, she was still getting money after she had already murdered her kids. But you know what? She didn't tell anyone that the kids, were dead, of course. She wanted to continue collecting. And then she wanted people to not follow with where their kids were.
The policy owner owns the policy. They are the ones that basically can make any changes to the policy during the insured's lifetime, such as they can relinquish ownership. So basically do an ownership change. They can change the beneficiary. They could decrease the value of the policy.
I wonder this. If she ended up being the beneficiary of the $1 million policy, would she have been okay with letting Kay Woodcock take care of JJ? Because at that point, she may be like, oh, I have $1 million. If I don't have to take care of JJ anymore, because she obviously didn't want the kids. If I don't have to take care of JJ anymore and she misses out on the Social Security payments that JJ was getting, it's like, well, I have the $1 million. So I wonder if she would have been more willing to let Kay Woodcock take care of JJ, or if she still would have been a greedy ass bitch and been like, no, I'm keeping JJ, and then still continue to have her kids murdered. I don't know. I wonder if like after she didn't get the $1 million life insurance policy, she just like was like, fuck it, the money that I'm getting from these kids, I don't want to spend on these kids. That's why I'm going to get rid of them. Super fucking sad.
If they chose to, they basically have complete control of the policy.
What's the difference between the policy owner and the insured?
So the insured, the policy covers that person's life. In the event of that person's passing, the death benefit would be paid to the beneficiary. But the policy owner, if that person is different than, is not the insured, again, the policy owner is the only one who can make changes to the policy.
So there are times where the policy owner and the insured are not the same.
Correct.
Can the policy owner and insured then be the same person? as
Yes.
well? Okay. And you said the policy owner is able to change the beneficiaries. What do we mean? What is a beneficiary?
The beneficiary is who will receive the death benefit in the event of the insured's death.
Okay. Can the insured, if they're not the policy owner, change the beneficiaries?
If they do not own the policy, they cannot make that change.
Can the beneficiary, if they aren't the policy owner, change anything about the life insurance policy?
No.
Can they?
Hey, Air Goose, how are you doing today? Yeah, people are loving Judge Justin.
When someone passes away, who decides who will actually be paid out? Who makes that decision of who will get the benefits paid out?
Well, as us claims examiners, we are going to review the policy, any documents that have been submitted through the lifetime of that policy, and we are going to determine and confirm who the primary beneficiary of the policy is.
So if someone obtains a life insurance policy and initially has one beneficiary, they can later file some new forms and change that to a different person?
Yes,
So you have to look through and make sure that you have the most recent beneficiary.
correct.
Mm-hmm. She does be changing her voice when she's talking to the judge. Oh man, hi Diane, how are you doing today? I understand the thoughts behind not bringing up the convictions due to prejudice. However, it's proof as pattern. Does it make more likely that she did this one too? So frustrating. They're not able to use that type of evidence. So if you're trying to bring in evidence in that just because someone committed a fraud or felony before, that they might have a penchant to commit the murder or whatever crime it is that they're being accused of right now, you can't use that against them. So what brings up to me was I remember when I was covering the Sarah Boone case, I was wondering, oh, how come, we aren't hearing testimony about Brian Boone testifying about what a piece of shit Sarah Boone was and how she also abused him. But it's because of that that rule. So it's like, let's say, for example, you murdered someone before. I don't know, but I feel like if it's like murdering, like if it's like apples to apples, if it's the same thing, I feel like you should be able to bring that in. But I guess it's just too prejudicial.
When someone calls in to,
You can only use prior bad acts if it's like showing like motive, opportunity, intent, lack of accident, and I forgot what the other list were. But you can't show prior bad acts that this person has a penchant for murdering.
make a claim on a life insurance. They say so-and-so passed away. Is it customary for claims adjusters like yourself at Banner Life to sort of take that information and then look into all these things to make sure you know all of the different changes that may have occurred?
Yes, that is our standard process.
Does Banner Life Insurance keep copies of all of those policies as part of sort of your normal business practice?
Yes,
And does Banner Life Insurance keep copies of any modifications to a person's life insurance policy as part of the business practice?
yes.
If someone wants to modify who the beneficiary is, how do they go about doing that?
They would request a beneficiary change form. They can also access online if they are able to provide the proper security things through the website. But they would normally contact our customer service department, request a beneficiary change form, and complete it and return it. It is then reviewed by our customer service representatives to make sure it is completed appropriately. And if so, the change will be made. If not, then it's rejected.
Does a beneficiary modification form have to be notarized?
It depends on the amount of the policy. I believe anything that's 500,000 and above would need to be notarized.
So a policy for $1 million would require it to be notarized if you're changing the beneficiary?
Yes,
When people call in to the claims department requesting a payout, are those calls recorded?
Yes, they are.
And is that done in the normal course of business with Banner Life Insurance?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the life insurance policy with your company for Charles Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how much that
Yeah, because if you're the jury and then you heard that, oh, this person this person murdered her kids. If you're the jury and you hear that, you're gonna be like, oh, what the fuck? She murdered her fucking kids? Oh yeah, then she definitely murdered Charles Vallow. So that would be way too prejudicial for her. You're supposed to look at the evidence in this case only, and based on the evidence in this case, whether or not she murdered Charles Vallow. But I get what you're saying with the frustration thing. Because like for me, I think pattern of behavior, for example, like abusive people, usually it's not just like one relationship, right? They usually have a pattern of behavior in like other relationships where they're like super fucking abusive as well. I feel like that should be brought in, but I get it. It's like a case by case scenario, and it's like too prejudicial against the defendant. Because when you hear something like that, you're just gonna make assumptions. You know, as a jury, you're human, right? You may make assumptions like, oh, just because a person did this in one scenario, they did the same thing in this scenario.
life insurance policy was for?
Yes.
How much was it for?
$1 million.
Prior to February 26th of 2019, who was the beneficiary of Charles Vallow's life insurance policy with Banner?
Prior to that date, Lori Vallow was the beneficiary.
So prior to February 26th of 2019, if Charles Vallow had passed away, would his wife Lori Vallow have gotten $1 million?
Correct.
In February of 2019, did Charles Vallow call Banner Life Insurance and request a beneficiary designation form?
He did.
Was one sent to him?
Yes, it was emailed to him.
And did Banner Life Insurance then receive a beneficiary designation form on February 26th of 2019 from Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Was that notarized?
Yes.
And in that beneficiary designation form, did Charles Vallow change the beneficiary for his life insurance?
Yes.
Who did he make the primary beneficiary for the life insurance?
His sister, Ethel K. Woodcock.
Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with 215?
Go ahead.
Because when you're convicted, they want to make sure the evidence in this case only stands on its own, that you can get a conviction of like, you know, beyond a reasonable doubt. They don't want like other cases kind of like tainting the jury's mind and making them biased about it. Like, oh, just because this person is bad and did X, Y, and Z before, then they must have done it this time. It's like, no. We got to focus on the evidence in this case solely. And you're supposed to be convicted on the evidence in this case, not like on like prior biases. It's heartbreaking to see the body cam when he begged the police for help. Oh, yeah, I watched it like a couple years ago where he was just so frustrated. And I mean, honestly, he was probably the same way with Lori Vallow's family members too. Adam Cox seems to be the only person that was willing to help him. Because apparently he was like, you know, going to Lori's family members and basically trying to figure out where Lori was. But I mean, I get it. You know, the family members are probably going to take Lori's side because she probably told them like a bunch of fucking lies and they probably believed it.
Authenticating the Banner Life Insurance documents,
Yes.
as well as the beneficiary designation form change from February 26th of 2019
Yes.
that we were just discussing. In there, is there also a CD?
Yes.
Does that contain a recording of your call with Lori Vallow on July 15th of 2019?
Yes.
Would you like to listen to that to verify that?
Yes, please.
Oh man, we're going to listen to the phone calls. Her trying to collect that life insurance. Okay, I think she's listening to make sure
We
that.
assume with the jury at 1:30.
Oh, did they go on lunch break?
You can check
15th of 2019?
I do recognize the call.
Okay, so she listens to it first. They move it into evidence, I guess, and then they go on a lunch break. think after the lunch break, they're going to make some arguments before the jury gets in. And then I guess we're getting more timeline of when this trial's going to be over. Okay, I'm going to get up, use the bathroom really quick, guys. Stretch. They're back from the lunch break. You bet her voice is different in the phone calls as well. Oh, God. Okay, listen to these phone calls. You've heard these calls before? Wait, really? Where? I haven't seen them on the internet. Stretch break. Yeah, get up and stretch. Stretch them leggies.
Who's the who's the state calling this afternoon?
After we're finished with this witness, we have Jeff Moberg.
Are you
All right,
able
so this
to
is outside the presence of
estimate
the
yet,
jury. I
case in
think they're
chief?
still on their lunch
I
break.
think likely Thursday.
Hello?
So we are moving at a fairly
I don't hear anything. Can you guys hear anything? Hold on, there's captions. Hello? Do you guys hear anything?
You talked about a agent. What is
I have the wrong headphones in. Wait, I think you guys can hear, but I can't hear. Oh, for some reason, the audio is only coming out on the left side. Weird. Not the right side. Yeah, stretch them chicken tendies. He got mad that he didn't have the password to make the change. He sounded, frantic. Who, Charles?
who's the state calling this afternoon?
after we're finished with this witness, we have Jeff Moberg and then Cassandra Enclan.
Are you able to estimate yet when you think you're likely to conclude your case in chief?
I think likely Thursday.
All right.
Ooh.
So we are moving at a fairly quick rate.
Wait, concludes Thursday? Why Thursday? Are the last two witnesses, are they going to take forever to testify?
Let's talk about these motions. One of them may be relevant this afternoon. The motion in limine regarding the questioning of police. Has the defendant have a chance to review that motion?
I did get a chance to review it, Your Honor.
Can you
but
pull the microphone down?
I did get a chance to review it. I did not get an opportunity to discuss it with my advisory team. We were able to have like a 30-second discussion right before we came in. So I would like to have an opportunity to do that before I have to.
I think you said did you say Mr. Moffat's testifying this afternoon?
No.
Oh, you didn't say.
Moberg.
Moberg,
Yeah,
sorry.
sorry, no.
Moberg's in the gun guy. Gun guy?
So theoretically, she could, if we get to cross of Detective Cassandra Enclan, that could become potentially an issue there. I don't know. I only put,
Well, I guess here's the issue is, I don't know to what extent you might have intended on crossing police officers about why you weren't arrested that day or why your brother wasn't arrested that day or why it took however long for charges to be submitted or those types of things. Were those things you were planning on questioning anyone about?
Not exactly in those
Probably don't want to ask those type of questions, right? Why it took so long?
terms.
In what terms then?
Asking those specific questions, those were not on my list. However, it will become apparent that we were not arrested that day, so I don't foresee it being a problem. I'm not trying to
I think that the timing.
go into detail on that.
The timing of what was happening, how the investigation unfolded as far as timing, who was charged, who wasn't charged, would not be relevant. And I think that's what the state's motion is toward, because I think one of the first witnesses in the case, there was a question about why you or your brother weren't arrested that day, which again isn't relevant because if you go down that path, you could foreseeably open a door into, there's a lot of reasons why the investigation probably took quite a while that the jury doesn't really need to know about, nor is it relevant for them to determine what did or didn't happen on that particular day that you've been charged with. But I'm just kind of giving you a heads up that I don't think it's relevant. If you think it's relevant and we get to cross of this witness today and you think you have a question regarding the timing or who was or wasn't arrested, ask if we can take a break, all right?
Okay, sure.
Because that might potentially open some doors that she doesn't want to open. That's what I'm thinking. Listen, the judge just wants to make sure that no mistrial is going to be happening, or any issues in appeal stuff. I think that's what he's basically doing. Because remember when Lori was trying to ask from the one witness, was it Serena? Oh no, it wasn't Serena. It was the woman that went on a date with Charles, Nancy Joe. And she was like, well, what did he say about me? What did he say about me? And then they did the little break thing. They excused the jury. And then the judge is like, are you sure you really want to ask that? Oh, man.
Then we have, well, let me ask the defendant this. You've subpoenaed Robert Bobby Vallow, apparently was sent that subpoena or served that subpoena for a date that's already passed.
Bobby Vallow, family member of the Vallow family, Charles' brother? I don't know.
Is this, again, someone that you believe has relevant information to your case?
No, Your Honor, that was just an oversight. That was a mix-up of clerical error. So we apologize to him or his family or any distress that caused. That was mixed up with an exhibit. His name was mixed up with an exhibit. It's very difficult on the phone at the jail when they cut me off every 20 minutes, and sometimes the notifications that get to my paralegal and my investigator do not come through clearly.
All right. The court will find that that subpoena, first of all, wasn't effective in the way that it was served out of state on an out-of-state witness. It sounds like the defendant's withdrawing that subpoena. Can we say that?
Absolutely, you can crush it.
So that one's withdrawn. Are there other?
Your Honor, I know you filed the state's email. I did have attachments of that on there. If those are part of the record, can we seal that as well? Because obviously it still has Bobby Vallow's information.
I've only sealed your email and I've sealed the actual 2 subpoenas that we discussed this morning.
Thank you.
Was there another, Mr. Boudreau was served with a subpoena for this case, is that correct?
That is my understanding, Your Honor.
All right.
Those subpoenas were sent out from OPDS. We turned them into OPDS before you struck that witness, Your Honor. So.
Okay, so that subpoena is effectively quashed, and as I said, that one would be filed under seal as well.
That's Brandon Boudreau one?
Then we have, let me just check the time here, 1:23. The motion in limine regarding the testimony of the video observed by Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett. Have you had a chance to review that and discuss it?
I haven't had a chance to discuss that with advisory council, and I would like the opportunity to do that, Your Honor.
All right, that's fine. I don't think that's imminent for today.
No.
And then,
Oh, for those of you guys who are wondering, here's the judge right here. Can you guys see him? It's really blurry, though. I feel like it's really tough to see him.
I think we can also take up the state's third motion to preclude later today or sometime tomorrow. Is your next, let's have the witness come back in. I think all our jurors are present, so we can start a few minutes early.
You think we're going to end early today? All right, bring it back.
So, contained the beneficiary designation form that was filled out by Mr. Vallow. Oops, let me wait till we get our Elmo up. Correct. This is the form that we were discussing from the February 26th beneficiary change.
Yes, that's correct.
So we see that it's signed and notarized.
Correct.
And what this then shows is the primary beneficiary is now Ethel K. Woodcock.
Yes.
And then were there also contingent beneficiaries?
Yes, there were.
What are contingent beneficiaries?
Contingent beneficiaries are listed in the event the insured passes away and the primary beneficiary had predeceased the insured, meaning passing away before the insured. Since the primary beneficiary was no longer living, it would then drop to the contingent beneficiaries to receive the death benefit.
Okay.
Hey, Sparky.
So if Kay Woodcock had not been around when Charles passed, then it would have gone to Nicholas Charles Vallow and Zachary Chase Vallow.
That's correct.
Ooh, no, Lori.
When a primary beneficiary or a contingent beneficiary is removed from someone's life insurance policy, does Banner Life Insurance call that person up and let them know, hey, just letting you know you're not the primary beneficiary
No,
anymore?
no.
Why not?
No, that would cause so much drama.
They're not the policy owner, so they would not be entitled to that information.
So again, the policy owner is the person who can do whatever they want with the policy.
Correct.
On July 15th of 2019, did Lori Ann Vallow call Banner Life Insurance to make a death claim?
Yes.
And
Wow.
was that call recorded?
Yes, it
What was that, 4 days after Charles's death? Wow. 2019. Okay. At least she waited 4 days.
was.
And is that the audio that you listened to before we took our break for lunch?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, if I may publish this? And again, that's just something that's the normal course of business that Banner Life records all of those people
All
calling
of our
in.
calls are recorded, yes.
Robin, may I have the policy? Claims Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number? Sure.
Oh, I think it's redacted / muted.
Claim? Yes. Okay, one moment, please. May I have the name of the insured? L. Charles Vallow. And who am I speaking with? This is Lori Vallow. And your relationship to the insured? He's my husband. Okay, one moment. Okay, ma'am, I'm just going to need to ask you a few questions so that I can open the claim, and then I can go over the claim procedure with you and answer any questions that you may have afterwards. That would be great. Okay, first of all, may I have your daytime phone number, please? Sure, it's 8. And what was the
I wonder if she thought to herself, maybe I should wait 4 days because it will look less suspicious. If I call right away on day one, it might be like I'm too eager to get the money. Not like there's anything wrong with getting your shit in order ASAP, but it is if you murdered someone.
date of Mr. Vallow's passing? July 11th. And what was the cause of his passing? Well, he was shot. Okay, so I don't know how I want to put that. Okay, all right. And I hate to ask, but is it? Yeah, you can just say yes or no.
Is that her laughing? I'm gonna slow down a little bit. I think she was trying to laugh there a little bit. I don't know if I want to put that in. Oh, God.
Okay, so I don't know how I want to put that. Okay, all right. And I hate to ask, but is it? Yeah, you can just say yes or no. Was it a homicide? No, it was an accident. An accident, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. And what state did he pass away in? Arizona. Okay. All right, just bear with me for one moment. I just need to pull up a few other things. Okay.
Is she pretending to cry? Do I hear a sniffle?
Are you aware of who the primary beneficiary of the policy is? It's me.
Wait, can you hear? Does it sound like there's children playing in the background? Does it sound like there's JJ in the background?
Okay. And may I have your, I'm sorry, one moment. My computer just went away for a second. Okay. And may I have your current mailing address? Sure. It's 55.
Oh, I have Twitch chat and I have YouTube chat. Oh my god, I think, yeah, right? It sounds like JJ in the background or like kids.
Eight 5249. Okay, ma'am. That is all the information I need to open the claim. What we will do now is review the policy and the file to confirm the beneficiary information and determine the claim requirements that we will need to settle this particular claim. Once we have completed our review, we will prepare a claim packet to send to the named beneficiary once that has been confirmed. And the claim packet can either be mailed or emailed or faxed. How would you like to receive a correspondence? Email would be great. Okay, and what is your email address? It's Lori, Lori.
Wait, is the state sure their case in chief ends on Thursday? It seems like they're already on their like last witness.
Okay. All right, so you should receive an email from our office within the next 3 to 5 business days or sooner. It will have the instructions listed. Once you receive the information, if you have any questions whatsoever, please don't hesitate to give our office a call, and then we can go from there. Okay, is there anything I can help you with at this time? That's it, I think. Okay, ma'am. Well, I'm very sorry for your loss. You take care of yourself. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, because I wonder if do they not tell them over the phone? It's like a policy, like, hey, don't tell them on the phone that they're not the beneficiary. It's better to email it to them or, send them a letter.
Speaking with Ms. Vallow?
Yes,
And we hear you ask her if she knew who the primary beneficiary was, correct?
yes,
And who did she advise was the primary beneficiary?
herself.
We also hear you ask about sort of the cause of death for Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes,
And you asked when there was a pause if it could be, well, after she told you he was shot, right?
yes.
Did you need to know sort of, was it a suicide?
Oh, Shaniqua, I think we will hear that. Well, not like, okay, sorry, not like a contemporaneous shock, but the aftermath of the shock. I think we hear that. Yeah, Lori Styles at iCloud. That was her new email address that she made after they found that she was cheating. Or was that her original? No. Sorry, Lori Styles was her OG email, and then she made Lolly or some dumb shit name like that after Charles found out that she was cheating.
Was it a homicide? Was it a?
Correct, yes.
And so did you follow up by asking her if it was a homicide?
Yes,
And she advised you it was an accident.
correct.
You got a phone number from her, the 808-755-5452 number,
Yes,
and her email address, the Lori for Style at iCloud account.
yes,
And then you had verified with her that she wanted to receive any correspondence by email, correct?
correct, yes.
And in fact, did you advise her that the named beneficiary would receive information via email then?
Correct.
Is it normal when you have someone call in to make a death claim to wait and look up things before you let them know?
Yes, that is our standard procedure.
Okay, so you weren't doing anything weird there. That's just what you guys have to
No.
do. So what does Banner Life do to verify that that Lori Vallow was the beneficiary?
We review everything on the policy file in the system, as well as any paper document that has come through, such as an ownership change, beneficiary change, anything of that nature during the entire life of the policy since it was issued, to confirm that information, to make sure that we are providing the information to the appropriate party.
Did you in this call know at some point that there was perhaps something incorrect about her being the beneficiary?
Not during the call.
Did you look up afterwards?
Yes.
When somebody calls in to notify that there's been a death and try to get the policy payout, what would normally be required? Do they just have to call in and then you have to send them a check if their name's on there?
No. We review each policy to determine the claim requirements for that specific claim. They can vary from claim to claim, depending on the situation with that particular policy. That is why we do prepare a claim packet specific for each claim that has been reported. We provide a packet of information with a cover letter that lists the claim requirements that are needed. And the two things that are always going to be required is our specific claim form that we provide for the beneficiary to complete, as well as a death certificate, which states both cause and manner of death.
Okay. So after Lori Vallow calls saying she's the primary beneficiary of that life insurance policy for her husband, Charles Vallow, did Banner Life Insurance actually determine that she was not the primary beneficiary?
That's correct.
So now that you know she's not the primary beneficiary, how did you notify her of that?
I believe there was a letter that was submitted to her via email as she requested correspondence to be delivered to her in that aspect.
So would the letter tell her who was the primary beneficiary?
No,
Would the letter have told her when that was changed?
no.
It just advised her, would have advised her that she was not the primary beneficiary? Would Banner Life ever
I thought we would see some text messages between her and like chat or something where she was discussing how she found out that she wasn't the beneficiary. Maybe later, maybe never.
tell anyone who the new beneficiary is?
No,
Why not?
we can't release that information. That's personal and private information.
And that's something that just the policy owner has the right to determine.
Correct.
So was an email sent to Lori Vallow on July 18th of 2019 to advise her that she was not the beneficiary?
Yes,
And did she call back to speak with you about the issue?
yes.
And was there sort of a back and forth of phone tag before you were able to finally speak with her?
Yes, I believe she left a voicemail for me as I was unavailable. I returned her call, and I believe I had to leave her a voicemail, and then she did call me back, and we were able to connect at that point.
Okay. Aaron, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 280.
Or she's listening to it.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
280 is admitted.
No objection. Yeah, I feel like the death certificate would probably take a while for them to get. But man, they were able to get it back quick that Lori wasn't the Benny.
Claims Department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number? Sure. Okay, I do have that policy pulled up. Who am I speaking with?
This is Lori Vallow. I'm returning your call.
Yeah.
I missed you.
Okay, no problem. Let me just get all of this information up.
She's like, "Phew, oh boy." Because I bet you whenever she has to deal with people that find out that they're not the primary beneficiary, it's probably not fun being on the other end of the call. They probably take it out on you.
Okay, so in your voicemail, you stated that you had something that stated you are the beneficiary of the policy?
Right. So I have the original policy where I was the beneficiary, the sole beneficiary, and then we changed the policy to where I was 80%, and we added two people, the Porches, who invested in our company for each 10%. And that's the last one I have. That's the last update that I have. So can you tell me when that was changed again? I mean, I know my husband is the agent on record, so he can change it. He's the owner.
Okay, I don't see anything regarding the second change that you said. I don't, with those percentages, I don't see anything at all with you as 80% at any time.
Okay, so
but
maybe that's something he just told him he was going to do. That's just a handwritten copy I have that I found. So.
Okay, so well, I really can't give too much information, but I can tell you that the beneficiary was changed in March of this year.
Okay.
I'm actually surprised that she's even able to tell Lori when it was changed. I feel like that would be part of the policy to not be able to tell them, because then Lori can start piecing it together. Okay, what happened back then in March? Okay, maybe he changed to this person, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I'm actually surprised that she can divulge that information out.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what he was doing since we have 5 kids and we've been married for 15 years.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I know he owes a lot of people money, and I was worried if I got money, they'd be coming after me for money.
Right. No, I understand that.
But now I will be with none. So, but did he change it to one person or was it several people?
Unfortunately, I can't release that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. No, I know you can't tell. We're in the business. My husband is the agent. He's the agent.
Okay.
So,
Got it. Okay.
Y'all get that? Y'all get that? Oh man, we have like 5 kids together. We're married for like 15 years and he owes a lot of people money. They're going to come after me now for the money. Throw him under the bus.
we deal with this business all the time. So I
Okay.
kind of know how it works, but I'm
Sure.
completely surprised.
Right. I'm
We have
sure.
a 7-year-old with autism that we adopted together. So I
Oh,
am surprised that he would do that without telling me.
well, I'm so sorry.
So, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that, even though it's community.
No.
I mean, it's his
No,
policy.
this is a
Do you think Lori, because remember with Sarah Boone, I was saying that Sarah Boone would she had these 2 dogs that she adopted. One was deaf, one was blind, and then she, I guess, took in George. I feel like Sarah Boone would make her seem like she was like the savior. Like, oh my God, I'm the savior of these 2 dogs, or I'm the savior of George. I wonder if Lori tried to do that with JJ. Like, yeah, my 7-year-old has autism. And like, I wonder if she was the type of person that would just tell everyone that JJ has autism. That way they look at her as like, oh my God, like, look at you. You're such a great mom, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't know. I wonder if she would also use it in her like manipulation tactics as well. Because she's bringing it up right now when she's on the phone with the insurance company. I mean, they're not going to move. It's like, oh, the form has been changed. Sorry, nothing I can do. Nothing I can do. I hate people like that.
contract that we have with the insured, exactly. So he's able to make any changes, during the lifetime of the policy.
Well, can I check? I mean, I have a policy, a $2 million policy on me. And since he's the agent, would he have been able to change the beneficiary on my policy?
Not if he was the agent. He would have had to have owned the policy, but I can certainly check.
But if he would have signed my name, could he have done that? I wonder.
I mean, I don't, I would hope that wouldn't happen, but let me just pull up.
Watch her police interview. She acts like she's super mom.
Let me just take a look and see what I can find on you.
Just under Lori Vallow. It would be under Lori and Vallow.
All right, now we're just wasting
We
time
have a
here.
$2 million policy on me, but I'm not even sure it's with Ben or Life.
I'm not showing that it's with us.
Okay. It might be Life of the Southwest. We work with several companies.
Right.
I could call them and ask, I'm just asking the question, like, I could call them and ask them and make sure the beneficiary is who I say. I mean,
I would. I mean, if you have a concern of that nature, I certainly would call and check on your own policies if you have concern
Right.
if something may have happened.
Well, and I would have to change it anyway because he was the beneficiary as far as
Correct,
I know on
yeah.
my policy.
Right. So you would definitely want to update that at this point. And,
Because what happens, like if something happened to me, say today, and it's under him and he's deceased, what happens to that policy?
well, if there's not every contract's different, but I mean, more than likely, if there was not a contingent beneficiary named, it would go to your estate.
To those days.
Yeah. But if there's, if there's a contingent beneficiary name, then it would go to that person.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, thank you. I just needed that information.
Okay, no, not a problem. All right, you take care.
She doesn't have to pretend to be sad anymore. She's not the Benny. Now she's just giggling.
Okay.
Bye. Bye-bye.
So in this call, we hear yourself again with Miss Vallow,
Yes,
and we hear her telling you that her husband left her with 5 kids to care for, right?
yes.
And she told
I'm so glad, Kay. I'm so glad she called her out on that 5 kids thing. She's like, what 5 kids? 3 of the kids were already like grown up.
you that she understands how life insurance works, right?
Correct.
That she and her husband run this business about it, right?
Yes,
But then she asks you if an agent would be able to change who the beneficiary was.
correct.
So she didn't really understand it.
I felt that she did not understand it fully.
And again, she told you she understood how this all worked, but then she asked you what would happen if she died. At this point, who would get, her money since her husband had been her beneficiary.
Yes, she did.
So she You had to advise her of the fact that if there were contingent beneficiaries, they would get it.
Yes.
Ultimately, did Banner Life Insurance have any insurance policy with Lori Vallow?
No, she did not hold any coverage under Banner Life.
When
No, $2 million policy?
she was talking to you, at one point she asked you or said, there's nothing you can do about that, right?
Correct.
And there's nothing you can do to change that. That is something that the owner is able to do,
Correct. We could not make any changes.
regardless of if you feel bad for someone.
Exactly.
Is it awkward for you when you have to talk to someone who thinks that they were the beneficiary and learns they're not?
It can be, yes.
Was that your last interaction with Lori Vallow?
To my recollection, yes.
Who did Banner Life Insurance Company ultimately pay the $1 million policy to?
To Mr. Vallow's sister, Kay Woodcock.
And before the insurance company, before Banner Life would pay that out to Kay Woodcock, did you actually have to call and verify with the police that she was not involved in the homicide or the murder of Charles Vallow?
Yes, that's correct.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross?
No questions. Okay.
No questions.
All right, are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. You can step down. Thank you.
Honestly, I wouldn't know what Lori would ask anyways.
Stay and call its next witness.
Thank you.
She was too eager to be with Chad. She couldn't pretend. I'm glad he changed it. All right, Judge Justin Boreski.
Get up here right in front here and be sworn in.
You're about to give will be the truth, the
Just walk around the court.
Being sworn in. Oh, forensics. Okay, I think he's going to talk about like the projections and stuff, but we don't get to see his exhibits because I think he probably does like a thing to show the like the projections like through the body, but like not probably use an actual body, but just use like maybe like a hand drawn or not a hand drawn, but like a model or some sort. But I don't think we get to see it. Would help to have visuals. No, he's not the KFC guy. The KFC guy was the other guy y'all are talking about. Robin so patient. I said sorry for your loss and just hung up. Nah, she at work. She gotta be professional, okay? You can't be hanging up. Those calls are recorded for quality assurance.
Jeff Moberg. I'm a forensic scientist with the Arizona Department of Public Safety in the Firearms and Toolmark Unit.
How long have you worked there?
I've been with DPS since February of 2013. I've been assigned to the Firearms Unit since October 1st of 2018.
Can you tell us about your education and training to work in the area of firearms identification?
Sure. Part of the hiring standards for the DPS Crime Lab is I do have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Arizona State University. My specialized firearms training is I attended the National Firearms Examiner Academy hosted by the ATF in Laurel, Maryland. The academy
Oh, Laura, Maryland. I know exactly where that is.
training, we are all given a competency test. We have
What a live round looks like.
All right. I want to go right around here.
in a semi-automatic, which contains a number of cartridges. Cycling it means pulling the slide back and allowing it to go forward. When that happens, it strips off one of the cartridges from the magazine and loads it into chamber. So we call that chambering. At that point, it is ready to fire. When the trigger is pulled, the firing pin is released on a striker type system. It's a spring-loaded firing pin, or a hammer type system where it's a weighted hammer that goes in and strikes a firing pin to hit this back of this cartridge to ignite the round. It then begins, the pressure builds up within that cartridge, expels a bullet down the barrel, but that same amount of pressure is also working to push it back. So it pushes that slide rearward. So it starts to move it back, unlocks the barrel, lets it go all the way back, and then comes forward and loads the next one.
Wow. You know what? I think Lori definitely did use JJ's autism as a way to manipulate people. Sorry, I'm just like looking into the future right now. And there's this tweet about how Lori was talking to law enforcement when she was at the crime scene. And she told law enforcement that JJ was a drug baby and had problems, that Charles is always gone. It's like, why do we need to divulge into that kind of information? It's instead of saying like, oh, JJ was a drug baby, had problems, like, oh, you know, our son's like special needs and like Charles is never around to help me or something like that. Jesus.
So I'm going to put up.
Oh,
first,
really?
I have
From
Exhibit
Laurel,
76
Maryland?
here. Is this a semi-automatic handgun?
Yes, it is.
And then I'm going to put 85 in here. Is that what a live round looks like?
A live round, or we call it a cartridge, it's just a single unit of ammunition, consists of the cartridge case, primer, powder, and projectile.
So when a
So that's the gun that Alex used to shoot Charles.
gun is used and the trigger is pulled, we have a projectile that goes out to the barrel of the gun. What happens to the rest of that cartridge or live round?
So the rectangular portion on top, the black portion of the slide that's on top, that whole thing moves. So it will actually, when the cartridge is fired, the pressure of that cartridge will force that rearward, and it opens up that chamber so that the expelled cartridge can be ejected, the cartridge case will be ejected, and the new one can be loaded in via the magazine. The very bottom here where the kind of the hand is grabbing at the bottom is where the magazine is inserted.
Man, I guess Court TV can't show what's on the screen. I don't know. They're showing it sometimes, but not all the time. All right, so I want to get him to talk about Charles. So he's just talking about the gun. He did some firearm testing, I'm assuming. Also, is she the court reporter? I love her hair.
Well,
She's got
when
good
a
eyelashes,
case like
too.
that comes in, whenever we receive a weapon, we first and foremost, we want to verify, number one, that it's safe and unloaded. Number two, that it's actually operational as a weapon. So we're verifying that it can fire and it works as designed. But then I'm also using that time, I document the condition of it as I received it. I document any of the features that are on there, such as in this particular case up here, we have a brown and black gun. That's one of the notes that I would have on there.
When you are doing this comparison and looking for these unique characteristics that you may see from the tools or the actual combustion of this, are there different levels of interpretation or conclusions that you're able to reach during this comparison process?
Yes, when we're doing a comparison, we're first and foremost looking for marks that recreate. So the different levels of opinion that I can form at the end is I can identify. I can say this piece of fired evidence was fired from this gun. I could say this piece of evidence was not fired from this piece of gun, or this particular gun, excuse me. Or if there's just none of those marks that are reproducing or an insufficient amount of marks for us to actually compare, we can actually go out inconclusive, meaning I'm not sure whether it was or not.
So I'm going to have my paralegal go up 30. Start with
Actual date and put the identifying information to the case on the
Oh, that's the actual gun. Oh, snaps. They brought it in. How was your weekend? It was good. It was good. I played some pickleball. I think on Saturday we played pickleball for like 4 hours. Oh my God.
DR number and the item number is our unique identifier to track that piece of evidence.
Oh, and Shiro did a herding instinct test. He's failed though. We took him out to a looks like a farm of some sort. They do like the herding instinct test. There's 3 sheeps there, and Shiro did a good job. Like he ran twice, ran 2 laps. But then I don't know if it was just like, I think it's just like a multi-factor of things. I think when I was watching the video back, he kind of had like a weird like slippage or something. And then after that, he was just like, I'm not doing this anymore. I don't know. I think it was like hot. If the sheeps aren't running, he's not going to chase them. He's also old. It was also his nap time because he usually naps after he eats his breakfast. Just for fun. I just want to see how he would do. I thought he would have fun to chase around sheeps, and yeah, it was pretty cool because there was a bunch of other corgis there. So there's like different styles of like corgis that will do their like sheep herding type of skills. So it's like some of them are forceful, some of them bark, some of them more quietly, and it was just really cool to see. You went back and got to listen to the phone call with the life insurance rep. She totally sounds like she's using JJ's autism to manipulate a woman's opinion of her. Yeah, and then I just read earlier what she's going to say to the police when on the body cam footage. Or I don't know if it's body cam footage. Do they have body cam footage? I think they do have body cam footage. Where she basically tells law enforcement that JJ is a drug baby and that he struggles. And Charles is never around.
And then my initials and date.
Okay. Were you provided with a couple of casings, 238 and 240?
Yeah, and honestly, I wish they gave you more instructions on what to do because initially when they do the sheep herding test, you're outside and you're just watching, right? And then she did tell me, she was like, oh, hey, by the way, if he needs a little bit of encouragement, we'll invite you into the cage and then you can come in, but don't say anything. I was like, oh, okay. And so at some point when he ran 2 laps and he was like, I'm not doing this anymore. They're like, okay, fine, you can come in, back up. So I came in and I didn't say anything because she told me not to say anything. And she's like, okay, just stand here, just follow me around. I'm like, okay. So I was trying to do that, but then I was also trying to get like footage of him. And then at some point they were telling me like, oh, encourage him. Here, tell him to come follow you. And I was like, oh, I'm allowed to do that? Like, I thought I couldn't do that. I don't know. I was like so confused because I was watching it back on my footage. I was like, I just looked like I was just like really confused. And I didn't know what to do. So I wonder if I knew ahead of time what I was allowed to do, if I could have encouraged him to, you know, do a little bit more sheep herding. Or if he was just like, fuck it, I'm not doing this. Like, why did you bring me here? But at the end of the test, we did tell them that he's 10 years old, and then one of the ladies was like, "Oh, he's 10 years old. Oh, he has opinions then." You know, older dogs are just like, "I'm not doing this. What the hell you bring me here for?" But I just thought it'd be really fun for him just to like, do the sheep chasing thing. But yeah, the sheeps weren't interactive with him because he likes to play and chase after things if they're a little bit more interactive. But for example, if he chases a cat or if he chases like the neighborhood chicken, once he chases them, he catches up to them. If they just stand there, don't do anything, he's like, "Okay, bye bye," and he just leaves them alone. All right. Anyways, but yeah, I hope he had fun. You need my phone? Here. All right. Yes, we have a neighborhood chicken. I thought the neighborhood chicken was not, I thought he was a homeless chicken. So I was trying to take care of him and all that stuff, but he would just run out, But then I found out that he actually has a home. One day I was walking around the neighborhood. I found him at his home being spoiled to death. He was there hanging out with the cats. He was being fed. He was eating. He just likes to leave the neighbor's yard to come into my yard because my yard is like, we have like a large, like yard area where if he digs enough, he can get like the worms and all that stuff. My neighbor's yard is just all concrete. So he likes to come into my fucking yard. He likes to fuck shit up. And I used to let him fuck shit up. But now I'm like, okay, well, if you have a home, I'm not letting you fucking up my my garden anymore. Because he would dig out my garden and like fuck with all the mulch. And like I would plant new flowers and he would dig those up and like try to get the worms and all that stuff. So now it's like, damn it, he keeps coming to my yard. And I don't know how to get him to not come in here anymore. So now I have I have like these flower gardens, right? But then I have to put these like ugly stones around the flowers to make sure it doesn't dig up the dirt around there. Dude, he doesn't lay any eggs. Oh, sorry, it's a she actually. They laid one egg, I think a year ago, but it was like a dud egg or something. Or I don't know. I don't know if I was supposed to like incubate it or something like that, but I did find one egg. But yeah, she does lay eggs though, because I was talking to the neighbor. I was like, yeah, this chicken comes in my yard all the damn time. Does she lay eggs? And I'm like, yeah, she lays eggs and all that stuff. I'm like, oh wow, cool. She doesn't lay me any damn eggs, and I'm always feeding her. Anyways, yeah, I love chickens. Chickens are really cool. I would love to have more chickens, but if I travel and stuff like that, I wouldn't have anyone to take care of them. I know, useless chicken that ruins my yard. Doesn't even give me the damn eggs. But I'm really sad though, because there was actually a duo. It was actually a chicken and this giant, glorious, beautiful, what do you call them again? The beautiful ones. Chicken and rooster. Yes, it was a rooster. It was this beautiful, majestic rooster. They were like best friends, and so I thought they were abandoned because they were running around in my neighborhood. So I thought they were abandoned. They would run around my neighborhood. They would just like together. They would do the whole digging in the dirt thing and eat, and I would feed them stuff. I bought like chicken feed and all stuff, and I would feed them. And then one day I just didn't see the hen anymore, so I didn't see the rooster anymore. So the rooster is a lot bigger and slower, and I think he just got eaten by the coyotes. Just really sad. And so for the longest time, I thought the chicken also got eaten by a coyote because I would see the chicken by himself, and then I just stopped seeing him for like 6 months. I was like, oh my God, he got eaten. I'm so sad. Why didn't I, I should have taken care of him more. But then I found him. Like that guy knows how to survive, but the hen is just too big and too slow. You had wild turkeys in your neighborhood. It was so cool. There was this rich neighborhood that I used to drive through in my childhood. They would have peacocks. So fucking weird. Peacocks. It was so weird. They would fake death too. Really? Oh, that's so funny. I didn't know they could do that. But yeah, I don't know. There was this rich I used to drive this rich neighborhood when I was in my teens. And just to look at the houses, because the houses were like so freaking cool, but they would just have peacocks. I don't know. I don't know what the peacocks are from. We were living in we're in Maryland. I'm like, where did peacocks come from? I never see peacocks in Maryland. So I don't know if one of the neighbors was just taking care of peacocks and they started multiplying or something like that. But yeah, they had fucking peacocks. Peacocks are mean and loud. Yeah, there's this mall that we go to where there are peacocks everywhere. They can get really aggressive. Oh man, but yeah, fun stuff. I wish I could have like a farm and just have a bunch of like fucking animals everywhere. But I want to travel, and I know there's no one that wants to take care. Like I have people that like come over to take care of my dogs, But if I'm like, yeah, can you take care of my yard, my garden, my chickens, my hens, my dogs, my cows, like my cats? Like, it'd be way too crazy, too much for them. When your husband died 6 years ago, when I was 45, I was told I could apply for spousal survivor benefits when I was turning 65. Not sooner. Your kids got the survivor benefits. Not confusing. Wait, when you turn 65, that's when you can apply for it? Interesting. Huh. I'm so sorry to hear about your husband, by the way. It's so sad. Your kids got the survivor benefits? Well, Rain, for Lori said that it wasn't confusing for her. She said that it was probably their mistake. I think she's trying to make it seem like it was their mistake, that they were the ones that fucked up the paperwork, and it wasn't her, even though they sent her a letter of confirmation. Anyways. All right, guys, let's do this. Mr. Gun Guy.
Yes, I was. And again, when I receive these, when we receive evidence such as this fired casing here, which is 240, we initial and date the day we receive it. So it's here. There's my initials and date from when I resealed it. It's currently hiding up. It's actually right up here at the top where I initial and dated it when I received it.
Okay. And were you also provided with a projectile, if you can look at 235 and 239?
The one bullet I received right underneath our unique tracking, we barcode everything.
What was that?
This is item 239.
Thank you. What were you asked to do with these items?
This particular case, I was asked to compare the cartridge cases and the bullet back to the firearm.
And that's the firearm that we see here in Exhibit 77, what we see as 246.
Yes, it is.
All right, so starting with this, what can you tell us about the gun itself? What is the caliber? What is the brand of that?
The firearm is a Springfield Armory XDM 45 caliber semi-automatic pistol.
And so when we talk about 45 caliber, what does that mean?
45 refers to just the size of the bore. In this particular case, it's a 45 auto caliber, so or 45 ACP common to. For instance, the bullet in this case is a copper jacketed round nose full metal jacket. So I would look to test fire a copper jacketed full round nose bullet.
Okay. So when you test fired this gun, did you know anything with regards to the functionality of it?
I noted that it functioned as designed. I did test fire this by hand chambering. I didn't try a magazine in there because one wasn't submitted with it, but it operated with no problems.
Okay. How many times did you test fire it?
We collect a minimum of 3. In this particular case, I only did 5.
Apparently, Alex Cox bought a bunch of other guns in a duffel bag. I wonder if they collected those guns too, just for the sake of it. You think they confiscated those?
Fire it 3 times. That's all that I needed.
And so each time you're having to put a bullet in there and pull the trigger each time.
That's correct.
If you'd had a magazine, would you still have had to pull the trigger each time to fire it?
Yes, it operates still semi-automatic, so the trigger would have to be pulled each time to fire a cartridge case. I just wouldn't have to reload one into the chamber each time.
So once you created these test fire, let's start with cartridges, did you attempt to compare those to the ones you were provided, Exhibits 238 and 240?
So one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to collect my test fires, and I'm going to compare them to each other. And why I'm doing that is I want to make sure that there's marks on there that reproduce over our test fires. If there's no marks reproducing, how would I be able to compare it to the evidence? From there, once I determine that it's sufficient, and I do photo document all of my comparisons, once I figure it's sufficient for an identification there, I'll go ahead and do a comparison to the unknown evidence and make my opinion based on that comparison.
So the test fires that you have, you look to make sure that those are creating each time the same, both the class characteristics and individual characteristics.
Correct, yes.
And the class being sort of the generic ones that every type of Springfield might create.
Correct, yes.
And these individual ones are characteristics that are specific and unique to this weapon.
Correct. They're from use, abuse, cleaning, anything like that, and the individual manufacturing of each component.
When you compared those two cartridge casings, 238 and 240, to the test fires that you created from Exhibit 246, the handgun, were you able to reach any conclusions?
I was.
And what was your conclusion?
I was able to determine, I identified those cartridge cases as having been fired on that particular firearm based on my comparison of the test fires to that evidence.
So the two cartridge casings, 238 and 240, were fired from the handgun you have up there, 246.
Correct.
You also, when you test fired the gun, did you collect the projectiles, the bullets?
I did. I collected three bullets from our water tank for comparison purposes.
Did you go through the same process of looking at those 3 to see if they matched up?
I did, yes.
And did they?
They absolutely did, yes.
So again, they had sufficient class characteristics and individual characteristics for you to then proceed to try to identify them or compare them to the unknown bullet.
That's correct.
When you compared Exhibit 239, the projectile that was recovered, to the projectiles that you created when you test fired, were you able
Wait, does she have like red highlights in her hair? I think so, right? It's cool.
to reach any conclusions with regards to this weapon?
I was, like the cartridge cases, I identified the projectile as having been fired from that particular firearm.
So the bullet that you were given, you've identified as having been fired from this Springfield semi-automatic 45 caliber handgun.
That's correct.
Did that end your work on this case?
That ended my analysis from this case. From then, I go ahead and I take all of my notes. The entire process I'm photo documenting. So when I open this up and I was documenting the condition as it's receiving, I'm also taking photos. When I'm doing the comparison, I'm also taking photos of the evidence side by side and any kind of areas of interest that I'm looking at. So from there, I'm going to go ahead and document my opinion. and my results on our worksheets. I'm also going to print out all of my photos. I am then going to take all of that evidence. I'm going to hand it to another trained examiner. That other trained examiner, without looking at my results, is going to take all of that evidence and do a comparison himself. And then he'll form his own opinion and then verify that it matches or is similar to my results.
And was that done here?
Yes, it was.
Did that alter in any way your opinion?
Not at all. He was in agreement of my results.
When you talk about the photo, so in your report, you're actually showing all of those characteristics that we've talked about so anyone else could later look at them and see how you reached your conclusion.
It's the photo documentation it's just a snapshot of one portion of the comparison, but yes, a trained examiner should be able to look at them and understand what exactly I was looking at.
Right, so ultimately, your conclusion was both those cartridge casings and that projectile that you were provided was fired from the gun you were provided.
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, what's Lori going to ask?
Cross-examination.
Are you familiar with bamboo shirts?
I just have a couple questions, Your Honor. Mr. Boberg, when did you receive the request to test this firearm?
It was early March of this year.
So March 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And then how long after you received the request did you test the firearm?
I was notified that the request was coming in a couple of days. I received the evidence on a Wednesday, which my week wraps up on Thursday, and I did all of the work on that the following Monday, and the report was put out by Tuesday morning.
Okay, do you know what the date that Tuesday report was put out by?
I don't know the exact date. If you'd like, I can refer to my notes and give you that exact date.
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay.
Is that okay?
So the report was authored on March 4th of 2025.
Hi, Kayla. How are you doing today? Thanks for joining us. Hello.
The evidence was received in our property and evidence unit on
I know. I love it when we get passionate, like expert witnesses on the stand, where they're like so passionate about their jobs.
2/26 of 25, in which I also received them on that 2/26 of 25 and returned them to our evidence room on the 4th of March.
Okay, thank you. And who requested you to do this test on this firearm? Where did your request come from?
This particular request was made from a detective who reached out to me via email explaining could I assist him with a rush. I passed it through my supervisor who allowed me to contact the detective and have the evidence submitted. And then it was assigned to me because the request was sent directly to me.
Do you know what detective that was?
Detective Duncan.
Okay. And then who did you send your report to?
Once I'm finished with my analysis, my report is then reviewed by another examiner and then a supervisor to make sure that it's all technically correct, and then admin, and then they're electronically released to Detective Duncan.
Okay. And then you said you had done some photo documenting. Were those photos attached to this report?
They were attached to all of my case notes, yes.
Okay. So there's a report, case notes, and then the photo documentaries?
It's all part of, the notes and the photo documentation is all one.
And how long do you think that report was total?
Oh, it's roughly 13 pages total, 13, 14 pages with the actual report.
Okay.
Do you guys think that she's going to represent herself too for the Brandon Boudreaux trial? That trial's happening in like 2 months. I don't know if she's even prepared for that.
Thank you. So you fired the firearm 3 times, is that correct?
That's correct.
In your testing?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. And then if you were, did you point it all in the same direction when you fired?
When I did my test firing, I was firing into a water tank. The water
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce it. Is it subtuescent? Subtuescent. Thank you so much for joining the membership. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for your support. Guys, please welcome Subtuescent into the membership. She is representing herself for the Brandon trial. Oh my God. For real? Jesus. Are they going to televise that too? She's a superhuman. She's just bored. Okay, this woman's just bored.
tank has it's approximately 10-inch thick stainless steel tube with a rest inside of it that I fire it into, so it stays in one place and fires at a specific angle into the water so that I'm not striking anything or being unsafe in any way.
And what's your distance at that point?
Approximately a foot.
Oh, just a foot away into the water tank?
Into the water, yeah.
Okay. And then did all of the casings go into the exact same place, like close to the same place?
So around the inlet tube that we shoot into, we have a big net that catches the cartridge cases.
So you can't really tell where they land then, I guess, because the net catches them? Is that what you're saying?
It's land as far as they kind of shoot out of the gun and then get caught by the net.
Okay, so they don't land on the ground and roll close to each other? Okay. But you kind of got a feel for this gun because you shot it, right?
I did.
So if you were to shoot the gun straight and then move 40 degrees to the right and shoot it again, do you think that the casings would end up in the same area?
Objection as to speculation without foundation of,
He shot the gun, Your Honor. I was asking his opinion.
Hold on. He can answer, first of all, if he understands the question.
If I may clarify?
Sure,
So you're asking if I point a weapon, say this way, and then turn this way?
correct.
Okay. I can't answer that.
Go ahead.
I would expect the cartridge case to be slightly different from the very first one, but not much, depending on what interacts with it in its flight path. Did it bounce off of something? What's the floor type? What is, or whatever it hits first? I couldn't say without knowing any of that.
Okay. So would it be safe to say that the casings would end up in the same place if you didn't move and you fired 2 shots? They should end up close to the same location.
Again, it really depends on what is around, because typically when a semi-automatic firearm is fired, the slide comes back and the cartridge case ejects up and to the right. So if you moved slightly, you're changing that angle slightly, so it could be slightly different. It could be in the same location, depending on how they bounce and roll.
Okay. So if you fired the gun and the casing ricocheted off the wall, but then you moved the gun and fired it again somewhere else, it could miss the ricocheting of the wall altogether, right?
Again, without knowing the scene, I couldn't say.
Okay.
My
So
tripod.
in your report, I don't want to simplify it because I know that you are a scientist, but is it basically saying that that those casings came from this particular gun?
My exact wording would be very similar to that. It would say items, whatever the unique identifier is, were identified as having been fired from item, which is the gun.
Okay. This particular gun, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And then you would say that those projectiles also came from this particular gun. Is that correct? Okay. And this testing was done this year on March 4th, is that correct?
March 4th is my report date, meaning all of the analysis is completed and it is done. At that point, my analysis was actually conducted on the 3rd.
Okay. Okay, no more questions, thank you.
Redirect.
Was that in any way valuable for the jury? Hey, what's up,
side
Storm?
did the casings eject from on this Springfield?
On this particular Springfield, the ejection port is angled to the right and up.
Okay. So in order well, let me ask you this. When casings are ejected and you're not attempting to move your arm or the gun, do they always land right in the exact same spot?
They do not.
Do they bounce and roll?
They do. Again, it's a very violent action. That slide is moving very quickly. A lot of times the cartridge case is spitting, so they can tumble through the air and again bounce off of anything such as the floor, walls, anything around.
So even as each time you pull the trigger, if you're trying your hardest to keep it as still as you can, does that mean the casings will land exactly right
You saw the shock belt that Lori was wearing? Yikes. You did? Where?
next to each other?
No, they won't.
Where the casings land, does that depend on multiple factors?
Absolutely.
So the type of flooring or ground would be one thing?
Any kind of intervening objects, type of flooring, if it lands on grass, it's probably going to stick or stop, or if it lands in carpet or tile, wood, all bounces differently.
If it bounces off a wall, that would impact where it might land?
Yes.
So having fired guns multiple times, semi-automatics, at your best in trying to keep them together, are they maybe grouped in a general area together?
Typically, when we're firing multiple rounds repeatedly, they tend to generally land in like kind of a pool area. It's not small, but it is.
Oh, this video?
All right, I'm gonna try.
Holy shit. Wait, for real? I wasn't sure she was really wearing one or not. I didn't cover any of the pretrial stuff, so I don't know if that was a discussion. Probably.
All right, I'm gonna try this.
All right.
You ready?
You ready?
Yep.
Oh, they're gonna shock you! Oh!
So, what exactly am I doing here? You may wonder how convicted murderer Lori Vallow Daybell is able to walk around inside a courtroom unrestrained. And the answer is this.
What?
Stun technology hidden under her clothes.
It looks like a bulletproof vest, but it's not.
It's not. It actually has 4 points of contact. It's pretty much at the top, and then the back.
Let's talk specifically about Lori Vallow Daybell. So she's wearing something like this. What is this?
That's correct. So this is what we call, many people know it as a rack belt, a stun belt. Very clear.
They should call it the Dara Brooks belt. You want to see her run.
This isn't like a taser. It does not work like a taser. It's pretty much pain compliance. So what happens is you have the prongs just like you did in the vest. Okay. So this makes contact with your body. You can feel it right there, right? So in this case, what we do is we put it around the waist. So pretty much.
Bro, he is so jacked. Oh my gosh. Sir, what is your diet? What do you eat?
Like this.
And this is just designed to give you a lot of pain, correct?
This is pain compliance. Like I said, unlike a taser, it doesn't affect the muscles.
The sheriff's office asked.
What is that? What does pain compliant mean? What is that term? And that sounds so painful. Oh my gosh, it is on your stomach too. I wonder if it feels like you're getting gut punch. Oh God.
Asked me if I wanted to know what the belt felt like. An actual stun would last 8 seconds, so I didn't put the belt all the way around me and fasten it. Still.
Ah, jeez, Louise. Woo!
I fucking heard that.
I get it.
Yeah. Wasn't that bad? It was terrible. Can you imagine 8 seconds?
Does he get paid extra for this shit? Man, I would not be doing that. I'd be like, if my boss came to me and was like, hey, you know, Corey, can you do the coverage where you're doing like the shock belt shackle thing? Fuck no. Hell no.
No.
I hate paid. Oh God. All right, round of applause for this daring news reporter. They don't write his name on there. What's his name? It says daring news reporter. Jesus. Let's read the comments. Everyone's just waiting for the operator's finger to slip. They should leave it on Lori permanently in prison. Let the prison guards push the button randomly throughout the day and night. Lori gonna feel some pain, but nothing like she did to others. Give the control to Kay Woodcock. Sorry, but I had a good laugh. Hell is empty. All devils are here. Interesting. All right. Back to, oh, he's so animated. Look at him. He's so animated. He loves his job. All right, let's go back here.
A generalized area.
And in a situation where a gun may be slightly moved, that cantering of a gun, can that change the location of the casing itself?
Absolutely. I mean, it's designed as it's designed. It will.
Getting hot and bothered looking at the muscles. Now I'm getting hot and bothered looking at these beautiful red highlights right here. Look, I love her hair. I love her bangs.
Really eject up and to the right. So, I mean, if you turn it this way, it's up. Could change dramatically, however you're angling it or turning it.
Oh, Troy Hayden's been covering the news forever. Thanks, Yvonne. Give it a round of applause for Troy Hayden.
When you are talking about casings and where they land, even if you go and see them, are you able to look at them and say that was from shot number 1 or that was from shot number 2?
Oh, no. We just generalize an area of where a shooter might have been.
Wait, was he a child star? I don't know. It says child star. Troy Hayden. Child star?
Again, that's just because they're landing at best in a pool area, even if you're trying to shoot as straight in uniform as you can.
That's correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I see at least one coming down.
Oh, jury question. What do we got here?
From where would the casings go? All right, I have a question from a juror. Where would the casings go if the gun was held sideways?
Just for clarification, sideways either way.
Why don't you tell us for either way?
So if I was to cant it sideways and the butt was down, it could potentially go up and fall to the left side because of the way the gravity would be. However, if you turn it this way, it's angling it further down. And again, it depends on how it hits the ground, what it can bounce off of.
All right, any other juror questions? Not seeing any follow-up from the defense based on that question?
No.
State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. State can call its next witness.
Okay.
Oh, we're going to be listening to portion of Lori's interview. Oh, gosh. Y'all ready for Lori's interview? He visited Jodi Arias in prison years back. Did he interview her? Fucking Jodi loves the attention. Witness number 17.
All right, come on right up here in front and be sworn in.
Hey, nice glasses.
Can you tell us about your career with the Chandler Police Department?
So next week, I will have 24 years at the department. Started in patrol, graduated through the Phoenix Police Academy. I have no prior, all my experiences with Chandler. Started in patrol, I worked there a couple years, and then was selected to move into a newer unit they created, which was more of a general investigations unit. Worked assaults, burglaries, thefts, kind of entry-level detective type cases. We had reorganization I'd been in that unit about a year and a half, and that unit morphed into our family violence unit. So at that point, my cases became primarily physical child abuse cases, some missing person type cases, and then the majority was domestic violence, assaults, aggravated assaults, things like that. Worked in that unit for a couple years and then moved into our narcotics and organized crime unit and worked in that unit for about 5 years, doing primarily large-scale narcotics investigations. In September of 2009, I was selected and moved into our robbery and homicide unit, and I've been in that unit since September of 2009, where I am now.
I wonder if robbery and homicide, I wonder if it's, well, what should you do? Robbery, homicide. I wonder if narcotics is like the least stressful one, where it's like you don't really take it home as much. Because like if you're working with like child abuse cases and stuff like that, like dude, that shit fucks you up. And then like homicide cases probably fucks you up too.
As part of your job, are you called out to respond to scenes?
Yes.
And what are your normal working hours?
So we work 4 10s, so 4 10-hour shifts a week. There are 6 people in our unit.
Oh, I love that. 4 10-hour weeks. Or sorry, 4 10-hour weeks. 4 10-hour shifts.
So I am one of the 3 that works Tuesday to Fridays, and then the other half of our unit works Monday to Thursdays. But there is one detective in our unit that's on call all the time. And then depending on the scale of the case, the on-call is responsible for being available to come in off hours. But depending on the scale of the case, they'll call in additional detectives to help, sometimes supplementing from other units within the department, depending on the case.
Were you working on Thursday, July 11th of 2019?
I was.
And where were you located? Where's your office?
So my office is at our main precinct, which is in downtown Chandler. But that day, I was not in the office. I was driving to kind of a community event that was in West Chandler.
Were you asked to respond to a scene at 5531 South 4 Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
I was.
Why were you asked to respond to that house?
So I had initially heard some radio traffic about a potential shooting that had happened there. And then, so I was aware of the call for service that was going on that patrol had responded to. And then I was contacted by my supervisor shortly thereafter by phone because I wasn't in the station. And they had asked that myself and several detectives respond down to assume that investigation from patrol.
Do you recall approximately when you arrived at that house?
I believe it was right around 9:28, 9:30 is my arrival time on CAD, but it would have been within a couple minutes of that, depending on how significant the radio traffic was that I could get out onto the radio.
In 2019, as a detective, did you have body-worn camera assigned to you?
We did not.
So you were not wearing a body cam unit at that time?
No, we did not get ours issued until I believe a couple years later.
Okay. Can you describe for us the crime scene when you arrived?
So when I arrived in the neighborhood, it's a gated community. I arrived on the north side of where the residence was. Marked patrol units and uniformed patrol officers were there. There was already a yellow crime scene about a house or 2 north and a house or 2 south. And I could see several of the initial patrol officers that had responded that were present when I got there.
When you got there, was the fire engine still there?
I believe they were, but there was what we call our care unit. Our CR 288 is the crisis unit. They're a fire personnel, but they respond out to our scenes at our request as well.
Okay, and so that was there.
Correct.
Did you observe any individuals that you learned to be the shooter at the scene?
I did, Alex Cox.
Can you describe where you saw him?
So when I approached the house, I was walking south towards the house. He was seated on a curb. I remember there being like a trash can or something right there.
Can you describe his injuries for me?
And Officer Krautheim was outside. And I remember seeing him sitting there as I walked past up to a supervisor at the scene.
And can you describe for us the demeanor of Alex Cox when you went by him?
He was sitting on the curb, didn't really appear, just kind of normal, wasn't really agitated or upset.
Was he nonchalant?
He had what looked like, I think it was a paper towel or Kleenex in his hand. And at one point he reached back and kind of touched the back of his head, but he was just seated, just kind of sitting there.
Did you observe yourself any injuries at that time to his head?
I did not. I didn't have contact with him at the scene at all.
Oh, okay.
When you arrive at a scene like that as a detective, what's sort of the process of what does everyone do when you get there?
So initially what we try is that the first one or two investigative type personnel usually will make immediate contact with the supervisor on scene, usually a sergeant or a lieutenant, and try to just kind of do a quick assessment or triage of what's going on. What is kind of the quick initial what happened? Is anybody outstanding? What are kind of the things we need to do? Because then as personnel from like my unit and other investigative units arrive, we can start assigning tasks and roles. We always, by practice, assign a case agent, and then a scene agent is separate. And then any other personnel that get there start assigning tasks, what needs to be done, what needs to happen.
So what is the roles of a detective versus the patrol officers who've been there?
So patrol officers are going to be your first responders. They are going to be the ones that dispatch when you call 911 or the non-emergency number. Patrol is going to come to your house first. They're the uniformed in a marked patrol car. They're going to respond out and do the initial investigation, initial scene safety, initial first aid until it's safe for fire to get there. They're going to be your initial first responders. If the call or event or incident that they're responding to is going to be more significant or more serious or maybe needs more specialized equipment or investigation or potentially they might need a search warrant, then you're going to see where detectives.
I've never heard of green chili chicken enchiladas before. I'm looking up the recipe now. Oh my God, it looks so good. I don't think I can eat it though, because there's like cream cheese. Oh my God, there's cream cheese in here. Cream cheese, there's cheese in there. Oh my God, I would die. Looks good though.
Detectives are going to get called out to assume an investigation from patrol. So there will be some overlap. And then once we come out and kind of take the investigation over, patrol then gets released from the event, and it will become kind of property of the detectives that come out to assume the case.
Do you have patrol officers still helping things like securing the scene and making sure that, no one is just running up and
Damn! Colby said hers weren't all that. Damn, shots fired.
the house or something?
Absolutely.
While you were on scene, did you notice any other civilians kind of waiting around?
Yes.
Maybe that's why they weren't memorable, you know?
Who did you notice?
At one point, I realized that where Officer Krautheim was standing, basically across from the house, it was within the crime scene, that an adult female, Lori Vallow, and then her daughter, Tylee, had at some point got there. I'm not sure exactly when, but I realized that they were standing in the vicinity of Officer Krautheim within the crime scene near a red car.
Did you see the interaction between Officer Krautheim and these two, Lori Vallow and Tylee?
I did, from across the street.
When you saw that interaction, did you know who they were at that point?
I did not know who they were. I found out a short time later.
So did Officer Krautheim advise you and other detectives who they were?
Yes.
So you said the female was Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
She's seated at the defense table wearing like a navy blue blazer.
Trying to make the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Good job.
Can you describe Lori Vallow's demeanor when you saw her across the street there?
So she was standing, the car they were near was parked along the curb, and she was standing basically in front of the parked car, and Tylee was standing next to her. Just kind of appeared to be having this kind of ordinary interaction with Officer Krautheim, just kind of talking to him, didn't seem
Is she giggling like a little schoolgirl?
real animated or emotional. Just seemed very kind of ordinary and kind of nonchalant.
Ooh, nonchalant.
Were any police cars visible at the crime scene?
Yes,
And so there's yellow crime scene tape up.
correct.
So when Officer Krautheim came over, did he talk to you and some other detectives?
He did.
And did he advise you about his interaction with Ms. Vallow and Tylee?
He didn't talk to me about their interaction. He just more identified who they were.
Okay.
And at that point, we had had some discussion about kind of additional roles that had just developed.
So at some time while you're sitting there and you're standing around talking with sergeants and whatnot, is that when you learned who you believe to be the shooter, Alex Cox, was?
Yes,
And at some time while you are again getting these updates, did you learn who the deceased male was inside the residence?
correct.
And who was that?
That was Charles Vallow.
During this time, did it become known to you the relationship between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox?
Correct, they were brother-sister.
And during this time, did you become aware of the relationship between Ms. Vallow and Charles Vallow?
Correct, husband-wife.
After you, or I guess during the time when you were speaking with these officers, were you updated by Officer Krautheim about whether or not Lori Vallow knew her husband was dead?
No, I had talked to my sergeant, actually, about speaking with her specifically, about doing what we refer to as a death notification.
Let me go back. So did you believe that Lori Vallow knew her husband was dead?
I did not.
You thought she had no idea?
I didn't think she knew because she wasn't there when I got there.
Had you been advised that by
Yeah, they thought that she didn't know what was going on. And they're like, oh my gosh, okay, we're gonna have to talk to her. We're gonna have to tell her. She doesn't know. And then when they go to tell her, she's like, yeah, I was actually here when it happened. They're probably like, the fuck? Why did you go to fucking Walmart or wherever this you went to? Walgreens. Oh man. Hi, Emily. How are you doing today? Hello.
Krautheim or his sergeant relating to information he had received from Alex Cox that she was not present?
I didn't believe that she was present at the time the incident occurred prior to me speaking with her.
Okay. And that was based upon information that you had obtained from briefings?
Correct.
Okay. Since you thought that Lori Vallow did not know her husband was deceased, what did you do?
So I had a brief discussion with my sergeant, and we agreed that it would be the right thing to do a death notification to her. She is legally his wife. They are married. She would be his legal next of kin. She's standing basically in the crime scene, and I think professionally it's in delaying letting someone know that their loved one is deceased isn't appropriate. So we made a decision at that point to contact her to do an actual death notification, so it was clear that he was deceased.
Okay. So because she's there at the scene, do you just walk up to her while she's standing right there in front of the car to notify her? How do you do that?
No, so her and Tylee were now seated within the care unit that I had mentioned, our CR 288. They have a van, and we utilize it a lot. So they were seated within that van. I had approached the van with my sergeant, and my intention was to try to get her to come out of the van because Tylee was in there with her, so I could have a discussion with her outside of the view of any children. When I made contact with her, we ended up having the conversation with her in the van with Tylee.
So let me ask this. What was her demeanor when you see her in this van?
Pretty much the same as her demeanor before. Not real emotional. She was pretty calm. Didn't seem overly affected.
I think you had used nonchalant previously.
Yeah, that's a good word to describe it.
So how did that notification go down? Were you able to tell her what happened?
So opened the van. I made contact with her. I think at some point I asked her something to the effect that if she would step out of the van to talk to me. And at that point she said that she already knew because she was there, which was kind of a surprise. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. And at that point I confirmed with her that he had died and he was deceased, and quickly kind of conferred with my sergeant away that at this point her and Tylee are now witnesses to the event and they need to be interviewed, obviously.
So it's normal for detectives to have to make death notifications?
Yes.
And you have made death notifications in other cases?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, I wish we could see the body cam footage of the moment they found out that Lori was like, yeah, I already knew, I was there. And they were probably like, what the fuck? Oh my gosh. Oh man. Hey. Better late than never. I love your channel. I love your breakdown and honesty of the case. Keep up the good work. Hey, Francis, how are you doing today? What are some other cases that you are keeping your eyes on? What else are you guys watching?
And so in this case, you yourself was the one surprised to learn that you didn't have to give her a death notification.
I was.
Did her demeanor change at all when she's telling you that she was there and knew he was dead?
No.
So at this point, now that you know that it's not just a death notification, she now may have relevant information, what happens at that point?
I had made a request of her that we would like to obviously talk to her, and if I could transport them back to the police station, if possible. We like to do the interviews in a more contained environment, obviously one that we can record and one that's not in the middle of a crime scene. So I had asked if her and Tylee would come back to the police station with me, and I ultimately ended up driving both of them back to the police station.
Okay. Is there a special area at the police station that you took them to?
I did. I took them to what's referred to as our FAC, which is our Family Advocacy Center.
That's why there was like a little teddy bear in one of the corners or something like that, if you guys remember. All right, so I found a green chili chicken and enchilada recipe. I'll let you guys know how it is when I make it. I don't know. I'm so easily influenced when it comes to food. Remember the Sarah Boone request for Pop-Tarts? I remember I was like craving Pop-Tarts for like the rest of the week.
What's the difference between the FAC and, maybe what people have seen on TV of just like the cold room with a table and two chairs?
So the Family Advocacy Center is a separate part of the police department. It actually has a separate entrance, and it's designed specifically for like victims of crime. We do forensic interviews of children there. It's not, there are not uniformed officers that work within that area. It's designed specifically for like victims of crime. We do use it sometimes, obviously, for witnesses. There will never be like in custody, custodial, like suspect interviews or anything in there. It's a separate section of the police department that's kind of an entity on its own.
So when you're going to interview Lori Vallow, do you have any concept sort of what she saw, what her involvement is at that point?
No,
So when you said you drove her entirely to the police station?
I did.
So they left their car at the scene.
They did. They came with me in my city vehicle.
Can you describe Lori's demeanor as you're driving her to the police station?
So obviously I drove, she was in the front passenger seat. Tylee was seated behind her. The majority of the drive, we were actually talking about Tylee. It's a little bit awkward because you're trying not to talk about anything that happened until you can get to the police station. So you're trying to kind of make this strange small talk almost. But we were talking primarily about Tylee and her schooling and such.
Oh, I haven't heard about those cases. Jose Morales, first degree murder trial in Connecticut. Rapper Tay K trial. I watched the Linda Stemmer case or Steimer. Victoria Goodwin. Oh, I don't know any of those. Is there coverage on like Court TV or Law and Crime?
But we were driving and she was just kind of
Yapping away?
chattering along as we were driving.
Did she seem stressed at all while she's talking to you?
Not really.
Did she, was she crying or emotional at all while you're driving?
No.
While you were before you left in the car,
Just yapping.
did she ever try to ask you any questions about how her brother was doing or what's going on with her husband or anything like that?
Not of me, no.
When you got her to the police station, well, how long did that take approximately?
It's probably a 20-minute drive from the house to where the station is, about,
And was she chatting away the whole time?
for the majority of it.
When you get to the police station, do you separate Lori and her daughter Tylee?
I did.
And was that interview audio and video recorded?
It was.
Was she free to leave at any time?
Yes.
Did you know if she had a cell phone with her when you were interviewing her?
I don't believe, well, she did, she had a phone.
Yeah, those are the cases. I have my eyes on Karen Reed. I'm covering Donna Adelson, Stefan Stearns. Oh, God. Hate that man. Gotta go to bed. Bye, taxi. Have a good night. Take care.
Phone with her at one point, but she wasn't on it or doing anything.
Did she provide you with a cell phone number when you were talking to her?
In the initial part of the interview, yes. The initial part of the interview is biographical, name, date of birth, phone number, address, that type of thing.
Did you ever ask to look at her cell phone?
I did not.
Did she ever offer to show you her cell phone?
She did not.
Did you know at that point, well, let me ask you, had you been inside the scene at that point, inside the house?
So I did not go in the house until later. Prior to me coming back to the scene later, I was never inside the house.
So at that point, when you are first meeting with Lori to driving her there, did you know if she had Charles Vallow's cell phone with her?
I did not know.
Did you sort of assume that Charles Vallow's cell phone would have been at the scene with him?
I did assume that, yes.
So I want to start with, you told us that you asked some basic biographical information. And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 186.
Go ahead.
Oh, we have a juror observation from Pretty Lies and Alibi. On the call with Banner Life, Lori says Charles' cause of death was an accident. One juror raised his eyebrow.
Have you watched that CD, Exhibit 186, previously?
I have, yes.
Is your initial on it to identify that you've watched it?
My initials and my badge number.
And is that to identify that you recognize that as the part of the interview where you're asking Lori Vallow for biographical information?
Correct.
And that shows it's an accurate copy of that portion of the interview?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 186.
Any objection?
The only objection is to the portion, Your Honor. It's not going to be a full.
It's
a portion of it.
Are you saying it's redacted?
This is only one portion of it. We're going to be going through lots of portions of it.
What was the number?
186.
186 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if I can publish it.
Go ahead.
I'm going to get up and use the bathroom really quick. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Victoria Goodwin, conspiracy to murder. What? Ghost Adventures host husband. She was talking to Grant Amato. Grant Amato. Wait, what? How was she talking to Grant Amato? Yeah, Grant Amato was also the crazy one that I watched this case. Corey, the juror, yeah, Ashy Ash. Hold on, I'll be right back. Ooh, it's cold in here. Is AC on? Just kidding. I went to go get a snack. Alrighty. It's cold. Oh my god, why is the audio so crazy? Holy crap. Let me see.
And then what's your last name?
Vallow, Vallow.
And your date of birth?
6/26/73.
And then your phone number?
808-755-5452.
And you live at the house, right?
So in this portion that we see in 186, she gave you a phone number of 80755-5452?
Correct.
During your investigation, did you learn that Lori Vallow had more than one cell phone?
I did.
Did you learn whether or not she was employed outside the home?
I don't believe she was.
Okay. Did you ever read her Miranda rights?
No.
Why not?
She was not in custody. She was there consensually. And at the time that I was talking to her as what I believe to be a witness.
Now, did you talk to her about sort of when she moved into the house and background about her son and Charles and that relationship?
Yes.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 187. Exhibit marked as clip 2, the portion of your interview where Lori Vallow is telling you about sort of moving into the house and some background on JJ and Charles.
That's correct.
State will move to admit 187.
Any objection?
The objection would be Rule 106, Your Honor, the rule of completeness. We would ask that the whole thing be played,
All right.
the entire video.
The objection's overruled. The exhibit's submitted.
And if we can publish it.
Oh, thank God. Okay, yeah. I was like, can we let's just get to the relevant parts. I don't want to go through all the yapping.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. So we were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tylee, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. So he was like a drug baby and had all these problems. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together.
I feel like that's like unnecessary information that you don't need to give to the law enforcement, right? He's a drug baby, and oh my God, he has problems, and like, I don't know. We're just like, are we in therapy right now? Like, what's going on here?
And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul, and then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me...
What kind of threats?
Just... You'd have to read them to me, but he's always mad at me, right? And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him, so that's just how it is.
So I want to talk a little bit about this portion of your interview with Lori Vallow. She told you about the adoption of JJ by her and Charles, correct?
Correct.
And that JJ suffered from some disabilities.
That's right.
During this part of the interview, did she tell you that Charles had sent some threatening messages on the phone?
She did. She said there were threats on her phone.
Did she ever offer to show you those threats?
She did not.
So she has a phone with her, but she didn't show you anything.
No.
Did she ever explain what she meant?
No.
And we had just discussed that she had given you a phone number of 808, correct?
Correct.
And during that investigation, or this investigation, sort of in the days that followed, did you learn later that most of the communication between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow was on one of her other cell phones, the one with a 480 area code?
I did.
So even though she gives you a totally different number, that's not the phone that you understood to have the communications between her and Charles.
Right.
Does she also say in that clip that Charles Vallow didn't want a divorce from her?
That's correct.
And did she tell you that she didn't even like Charles?
Yes.
And that she didn't want to deal with him?
Yes.
And that he traveled to just kind of get away?
Correct.
When you were talking with Lori Vallow, did she tell you that Charles had filed something against her saying she was crazy and asking to limit her supervised visitation?
That's correct.
Did she tell you that sort of in retaliation that she basically stopped talking to him and JJ for 30 days?
Correct. That he was in Houston. JJ was in Houston with Charles.
If I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 188. And do you recognize Exhibit 188 as identified that as that
Your Honor, we're going to object that the whole interview should be played.
188? 188 submitted.
and if we can publish it?
Go ahead.
The Ghost Adventure stuff is nuts.
him, and I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing.
So I know it got cut off sort of in the end there. She told you that after he filed this paperwork saying she was only going to get supervised visits, that she just didn't talk to him for 30 days.
Correct.
Should we break
All right,
this?
let's take our afternoon stretch break, recess, 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
Stretch break.
All right, for the jury.
I think we should be back by then. Yes. Okay, we're back. Stretch break, y'all.
A portion of your interview where Lori Vallow was telling you that Charles had filed something against her, saying she was crazy and asking to limit her to supervised visitation. Did you understand or know what that was about at that time?
I did not.
Did you talk to Lori Vallow about sort of Charles coming into town?
Yes,
So you understood that he did not live here in Phoenix?
I did.
And did she talk to you about booking a room for Charles and that he was going to come out and see JJ, his son?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 189.
Go ahead.
And do you recognize Exhibit 189, again, that says clip 4 with both your signature and badge?
Yes.
And is that the portion of the interview where you were talking to Lori about coming here to see JJ?
It is.
State will move to admit 189.
Completion, ask that the whole interview just be played.
All right. Was it 109?
189.
I'm sorry, 189 is admitted.
And if we could publish it.
The time because he travels for business and the business pays for it, right? So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
He works with teachers in their retirement plans, but he goes to them at their, he
okay.
mostly works in California.
Okay.
No matter.
So she advised that she booked a hotel for him.
So the audio wasn't on initially when that played,
Okay.
but there is a portion in the interview where she does tell me that.
Where she says, I'll book you a hotel.
Correct.
During your interview, did Lori Vallow tell you that Charles traveled a lot for his work?
Yes.
And did she tell you that his travel was an excuse not to care for his son?
Yes, that he was gone a lot.
Did Lori Vallow tell you that she had left Charles Vallow in Texas and moved back to Arizona?
That's correct.
And
Crazy. I wonder if she ever offered to actually work and maybe make some money. So that way, maybe Charles wouldn't have to travel all the time. Maybe Charles would have got a lower paying job if Lori was willing to work, but I don't know. Kind of crazy to me how she's blaming Charles for everything. But the reason why he was working was because he was supporting his family.
did she tell you that Charles was still living in Texas?
Yes, in the Houston area.
Did she say that Charles had rented her a house for her and JJ and her daughter Tylee to live?
Correct.
She should just let Charles have the kids, run off with the other guy. She didn't kill anyone. She's stupid. Yeah, these motherfuckers, man, they just want the money. They want the fucking money. It's wild. The even crazier ones are the ones where it's like husband kills his entire family, wife, children, just because he doesn't know how to break it up with the wife, you know? Has an affair. Doesn't know how to tell the wife that he doesn't want to be with her anymore. Crazy. But it's always the money, the life insurance payout.
Did you talk to her about whether or not she had an interaction with Charles the night before, on
Yes.
July 10th? And did she advise that it was just limited?
Question: do you guys remember in the Chris Watts case? Was Chris Watts, was he expecting life insurance payout from his wife on her death, upon her death? Or did he literally just fucking killed her because he just didn't know how to break it off with the family? Because I don't remember that actually. If there was any some sort of like life insurance that he took out on her, and he was hoping to take that money That and also Scott Peterson. No life insurance, right?
To a text message.
Correct, not in person, just via the phone.
Okay. My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 190. You recognize that Charles was not at the house at night. He just let her know he'd be over at 7:30 the next morning.
That's right.
State will move to admit 190.
Kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning. I was getting JJ ready.
So he got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night?
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ.
Okay.
And I was like,
So you understood that she had no interaction with Charles on July 10th.
In person, correct.
But she knew what time to expect Charles the next morning on.
That could be the other. If you don't want to pay like alimony, you don't want to pay child support. Wild.
July 11th at 7:30.
Right.
When you were talking with her, did you talk to her about what time Charles actually showed up?
Yes.
And did she say 7:40, 7:35-ish?
I believe she said 7:35.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 191.
Go ahead.
That in clip number 6,
Yes, Your Honor, the defense objects.
All right, 191 is admitted.
and if we can publish.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Lori.
so
Do you remember about what time he got there?
he said he'd be there 7:30, but it was more like 7:40-ish or 7:35, I don't know.
Okay.
But I remember thinking, looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr.
Yeah.
On
Punctual.
time. Yes.
So at this point, you understand that Lori Vallow knew Charles.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention this. After the 15-minute break, apparently there's a little bit of jury drama. A little bit. Let's see. 15-minute break. 15-minute break. 15-minute break. Oops, did I lost my spot? Oh, here it is. Judge asked one juror to stay behind. Judge asked juror if he discussed Social Security after the witness this morning. Juror says he was having an issue with Social Security and spoke with another juror about it. There was a jury question that says, what happens if you falsely collect Social Security or something? Do you have to pay it back? And I was like, is that a personal question from the jury? Or what does that have to do with this case? I don't know. Juror says he was having an issue with Social Security and spoke with another juror about it. Judge asked if he can set aside his feelings and not have it affect his case. Juror says he can do that. Judge reminds him not to talk about witness testimony or about the case until it's time to deliberate. Trina has one follow-up question. Lori does not have any. Judge tells a juror to not talk with any of the jurors. Juror 16 is now brought in. Judge asks a juror during the testimony of the Social Security investigator, he started to talk about another juror about something to do with Social Security. The juror says yes. The other juror told him he had a Social Security issue. This juror commented on the amount being high in relation to Lori. That was the extent of the conversation. Judge reminds juror he cannot talk about the case with other jurors until after closing arguments. The juror can remain. We are now in recess. I wonder if there was another jury who was like, excuse me, I saw these two talking and they're not supposed to be doing that. Tell on them. Do it.
Charles was coming to Arizona,
Correct.
and she knew he was going to show up on the 11th at 7:30 a.m.
Correct.
and that he was coming there to pick up their son, JJ.
Yes.
Did the defendant talk to you about when Charles shows up, sort of how they get JJ in the car, and that she goes out to the car with Charles and JJ, and then that she ultimately ends up with Charles's cell phone?
That's right.
My paralegal can approach with Exhibit 192. You again that she.
The defense will object to 106.
I may publish.
Go ahead.
He's just been difficult. So
Yeah.
anyway, so I got JJ stuff ready. And he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes because it's like 15 minutes to the school and like you can't get there early. They don't open the gates until at 8:20 or something like that. And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very particular about food. Like, he wanted chicken fries for breakfast and the Sprite. Like, and I just get what he wants because if you don't get what he wants, then it's like,
I'm sorry, the audio is so bad. Let me see if I can readjust this audio. Let's see. No, the audio is just dick shit.
and he's big and he's heavy and it's hard for me to handle. But anyway.
Okay, let me go back just a tiny bit.
I'm in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very particular about food. Like, he wanted chicken fries for breakfast and the Sprite. Like, and I just get what he wants because if you don't get what he wants, then it's like on the floor screaming, dragging him in, just go like, and he's big and he's heavy and it's hard for me to handle. But anyway, so I said just go, and so he said okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. This is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ?
And so he put them in the car, in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, giving me my phone, and I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever.
What phone? What
because
text?
he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for, you know? He's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night. And I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother, and I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house, and I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like, my other brother.
So in this portion, Lori Vallow told you that she kissed JJ goodbye and Charles took JJ and the backpack out to the car,
Correct.
and that she went inside and got a hold of Charles's cell phone.
Correct.
And did she tell you that Charles came back inside and saw her with the phone and told her to give it back to him?
That's right.
This is the detective.
Did Lori Vallow ever tell you that she gave the phone back to Charles?
She did not.
So Lori Vallow is telling you that Charles is demanding the phone back, and she instead says, show me your text messages?
Correct.
We heard previously that Lori Vallow had told you that Charles had taken JJ away from her for 30 days, and so she didn't talk to him, right?
That he had JJ for 30 days and they didn't talk, yes.
And so now she's telling you, she's demanding to know why he's in Arizona? Why he came to Arizona? Is that what she said? Why are you even here?
I believe so, yes.
So Charles had to take care of his son, and now he's here to visit his son?
Correct.
Is what
Correct.
she even said.
Yes.
So did she tell you that she had confronted?
Jury observation. When the state asked the witness if Lori said Charles worked out of town a lot to avoid taking care of JJ, all the jurors turned and looked at Lori. Oh, cool sketches. Oh, that's so awesome. Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo told me about 10 minutes after Lori came in this morning. She looked at Colby, saw Detective Hermosillo sitting beside him, and she did a double take. She has glanced back at him a couple of times now.
Charles about texting her brother, Adam,
In
this portion of the interview.
in the portion of the interview, she discusses with me, asking Charles why he's talking to her brother Adam.
And were you aware at this time, when you are interviewing Lori Vallow, that Charles and Adam had been texting?
No,
Did you even know who Adam was at that point?
I didn't know who Adam was.
And so, and again, I think you told us you were not aware at that time that Lori Vallow was in possession of Charles Vallow's phone.
Correct.
And were you aware at that time that Charles had flown Adam in?
No.
So you're just kind of hearing this and listening to what she's saying.
Correct.
Did you go into some additional detail about, again, Charles demanding that Lori Vallow give him back his cell phone?
Yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with clip 197.
Go ahead.
She wants to be likable. She wants to be bubbly. Hey, Yoshi.
Do you recognize Exhibit 197, Clip 8?
I do.
And again, did you initial and put your badge number on that?
I did.
And did that describing to you back what she does?
Same objection.
Defense was.
197's admitted.
Same objection. Judge doesn't care.
And working.
Okay.
No, it's just rejected.
So this morning he comes back in and.
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone, he was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking towards around the house with it so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that.
So this is the second time that Lori Vallow is telling you that Charles is telling her to give him back his phone.
Correct.
And she is refusing to do so.
Yes.
And she advised that she was walking around the house, right?
Correct.
So he's screaming at her and she's walking around.
Correct.
During this initial confrontation over the phone, does Lori Vallow tell you it's just her and Charles?
Yes.
And so did you ever ask her why she didn't just give the phone back to Charles so he could take JJ to school?
I did not.
During your interview with Lori Vallow, did she tell you at some point that since she wouldn't give Charles back the phone and he's screaming at her, that her daughter Tylee and her brother Alex came out?
She did.
Did she tell you that her daughter Tylee came out with a bat?
She did.
Did she tell you that Tylee sort of poked at Charles with the bat
Yes.
while she and Charles were arguing?
Correct.
And did she tell you that Charles took the bat away from Tylee and Tylee sort of fell back or something?
Correct.
She ended up on the floor.
Correct.
And that Lori then told her to go outside to JJ.
Yes.
Did Lori Vallow ever tell you why her brother Alex Cox brought a loaded gun to her house?
She did not.
Did she tell you that she had asked Alex to come over to the house?
She did.
Did she ever tell you, well, let me say, so when she talked to you, she told you that she had wanted Alex to be there sort of to.
Think about Medicare, not survivor benefits. I don't know, because I'm thinking of say you had two people in a household, right? And then your husband passes away way before they were able to collect their Social Security benefits, but they still earn money to contribute to the Social Security benefits. I think the surviving spouse can begin collecting that when they turn 65 years old. Is it when they turn 65 years old? I think it's when they turn 65 years old. I think what Lori and the kids were collecting, it's because they weren't working. I think that's like a different type of Social Security benefit collection. Because I've had heard of that one where it's like, oh, if your spouse passes away and then you turn 65, you could start collecting what he was supposed to get. So I think what Lori was getting was like, oh, since she wasn't really working, she was supporting the kids. That's what the kids and her were both getting the benefits. But I don't know. I would have to look it up.
Protect her in case anything went bad, right?
Correct.
So did she tell you why Alex didn't go to the door with her when Charles is pounding on the door being a jerk or whatever?
Well, it's not important, but.
So she didn't explain why the gun was there or why Alex wasn't part of this initial phone argument?
Correct.
Did Lori ever tell you during your interview that Charles started this argument?
No.
During your interview of Lori Vallow, was it?
Oh, if you're under 65, but at least 60, you could receive a reduced survivor benefit. I think that's if you're both working. And then if it's just like you're just not working at all, I think that's when you can collect like what Lori was doing.
Always her saying that it was her that started this argument because she would not give Charles back his phone.
Correct.
So she told you that she was afraid of Charles coming over, invited her brother over to protect her, and then she started a fight by refusing to give Charles back his phone.
Correct.
During this interview, did Lori tell you that after Tylee went out to be with JJ, that Charles came at her with a bat?
Yes.
And that she moved into the kitchen and that while she was not able to see what was going on, she hears a shot?
That's correct.
If I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 193. Clip 9. Do you
Oh
recognize?
yeah, there's like this whole manual here. Hold on. I know it's kind of interesting. Okay. Your surviving spouse may be able to get the full benefits at a full retirement age. The full retirement age for survivors is at age 66 for people born between 45 and 56. And the full retirement age will be gradually increased to 67 for people born in 62 or later. This is different than the full retirement age for retirement benefits, which is 67 for people born in 1960 or later. Your surviving spouse can get a reduced benefits as early as age 60. If your surviving spouse has a disability, benefits can begin as early as age 50. Your surviving spouse may be able to get benefits at any age, though, if they take care of your child who is younger than age 16 or has a disability. Your child must be receiving Social Security benefits. Unmarried children, younger than age 18, may also be able to get benefits. Your children can get benefits at any age if they have a disability before the age of 22. Yeah, so if you're taking care of children, then you can get those benefits at any age. If you're not, then you would have to wait until the retirement age. But you can get a reduced amount if you're age 60, and then if you're age 50, you can get it if you have a disability. All right, we're learning.
Recognize Exhibit 193.
I do.
Did you initial and put your ID on that?
I did.
And is that a portion of this of your interview with Lori Vallow where she talks about what her brother is doing? And 93.
193 submitted.
Yeah, she was outside,
And then what happened?
then they got up from that, and my brother had like stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me at the back, yelling at me to give him his phone still, because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly, and then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and
She's like, how can I tell the story and make it make sense?
he was coming at you with the bat,
Laura, you piece of shit, tell us what really happened.
how was he holding the bat?
Just like that,
Like this?
backwards, almost in one arm.
Like he was swinging it backwards?
Wait, why would he? What? Who's holding it backwards? Oh, then wouldn't that just show that he was left-handed then, if he was holding it backwards? Because what she's showing right now is him holding it with his left hand. Because you're swinging with your right hand, you'll be going like this, and then you'll follow through this way. Oh, Lori. Is that her admitting that he actually was trying to swing with his left hand, if he was swinging?
What did that
Like he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontward.
Okay.
You think she realized she fucked up with the whole holding the bat thing?
So in this clip, she's describing to you how Charles was swinging the bat at her, correct?
Correct.
And in that clip, does she, or let me ask you this, does she go on to talk to you about whether or not her husband was a semi-professional baseball player?
She did, yes.
And she told you that, again, Charles is holding a bat and yelling at her to give him his phone,
Correct.
and she didn't give him back the phone?
She did not.
Did she talk to you about whether or not she saw the shot?
Yes.
Did she say she saw it or not?
She did not see the shot. She heard the shot.
So she indicated she does not. Did she indicate whether or not she saw her brother pull out a gun?
No.
Did she indicate whether or not she saw her brother go get a gun?
She did not.
Did she indicate how many shots she heard?
She specifically said the shot, as in one shot.
Did you at some point, well, let me ask again. So you had not been into this residence yet?
No.
So when she's telling you she's going around, did you understand what that was?
Not really, because I hadn't been inside. She was kind of describing the kitchen and the room they were in, but I hadn't seen it firsthand.
Okay. When you were talking to Lori Vallow, did you ask her if Charles or her brother Alex had said anything before Alex shot Charles?
Yes,
And did she indicate she doesn't recall hearing that?
correct.
And if my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 190.
I actually initially thought that JJ was getting 4,000 because of his disability, but I think I misunderstood. I think the 4,000 was just a combined number that JJ and Tylee were getting after Charles's death. But was JJ getting any additional money from the state during the time that Charles was alive?
5, clip 11.
It is.
And is that many shooting?
I gotta get to the kids, and so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on, and got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in, and Tylee was like looking at me.
Wait, she said got JJ in the car? That JJ was already in the car begging to get out.
House when all that was going on, and got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in, and Tylee was like looking at me.
Oh, wait a second. Was JJ even in the car at that point? Because in Lori Vallow's opening statement, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Lori Vallow's opening statement, she kept saying that Charles left JJ in the car like he was a bad parent, you know, leaving JJ in a car that was running in Arizona. And she was saying that JJ was like banging to get out and he couldn't get out of the car. However, just now, it made it seem like JJ was not in the car because she put JJ in the car because he was trying to come into the house, trying to bang in to get in the house to see what was going on and see if his father's okay. I don't know. That sounds completely different. I wonder if that's actually the true version. And it wasn't JJ being locked in the car and then he couldn't get out of the car. It was JJ heard the commotion, who was trying to come in the house, couldn't come in, and then she went and took JJ and put him in the car afterwards, after Charles was shot. What the fuck?
Outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on, and got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in, and Tylee was like looking at me.
Yeah, I think it's different than what Lori said in the opening statement. Everyone remember to slam that like for Corky. Oh, thank you. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying this, you're hanging out, feel free to like the button. The like the button. The evidence will show. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh man. Yeah, I think JJ was a lot closer than what Lori was trying to say. Wow. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if JJ was even in the house, but
That's actually the wrong one. Well, play that one, I guess. Let me see, and we'll talk about that one since admitted. Okay. We're going to play that one? Yeah, we'll play it and talk about it.
I gotta get to the kids, and so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on, and got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in, and Tylee was like looking at me with like the crazy eyes, like what just happened, and I told her to get in the car and we're gonna take JJ to school, and I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
Like,
So in exhibit, what we have is 195, is that actually then the portion where she's talking about what she did after as well as what Alex was doing when she went back in there?
Correct.
So She advised you that after she heard this shot, she just left
She did. She went outside.
and then drove off in Charles's rental car.
Correct.
Yeah,
And she told you that when she saw Charles on the
she drove away with his rental car.
floor, Alex was standing in front of him.
Correct.
Did you ask her to describe any distance of how far away?
I did not.
I don't know why that's funny to me.
And then if
Like,
we
took his
can
rental car.
approach then with, what is
Took his rental car, took his phone, probably took his wallet to pay for Burger King. I don't know.
I think that, again, a portion of this interview, we're talking about the shots, actually.
Correct.
And you watched that previously and initialed it and put your badge number on it.
I did.
State will move to admit 194.
Okay, yeah.
He was a professional baseball player.
Okay.
So it wasn't a good idea for Tyler to get out of that.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played semi-pro.
Yeah.
And he was, yeah.
Like, look at her, like, so giggly, so chipper.
He was a professional baseball player.
Okay.
So it wasn't a good idea for Tyler to get out of that.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played semi-pro.
Yeah.
And he was, yeah. But, yeah, and then I was kind of turned around, and we were all right there in that room, except for the kids had been outside by that time, and I heard the gunshot.
Mm-hmm.
And
So you heard the shot?
mm-hmm.
Did you actually see the shot, or did you just hear it?
I had gone around
Mm-hmm.
to the kitchen to get away from him, and so back around. So I don't know if you went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see the shot. I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
Honestly, I wonder if it was just Charles gets there and then Lori's like, hey, Tylee, can you take JJ to the car? Tylee takes JJ to court. She's on her way to, and then Charles is at the house, and then Lori's like, hey, Charles, I need to talk to you really quick. And then bam, Alex comes in nowhere and just like fucking shoots him. Which would make sense why Tylee and maybe JJ was probably like, what the fuck is going on? And JJ's like banging on the door trying to get in the house. And then when Lori comes out, Tylee looks at Lori with the crazy eyes, was like, what the fuck just happened? And Lori's like, oh, just get in the car. We gotta take JJ to school.
Okay. So, again, that's the portion where she is advising you that she only heard the shot but didn't see the shot.
Correct.
Liar.
So she's advising you she doesn't know what her brother was doing.
Reasonably, yes.
During this whole interview that you had with Lori Vallow, did she ever tell you that she handed over the phone to Charles?
Hey, Try, thank you so much for the 69 months. Hello, hello. Thank you so much. 69 months. How's it going? Yeah, she's batshit crazy. Yep, she's dog shit crazy.
Did she ever tell you that she handed over the phone to Charles?
She did not, no.
So during the initial confrontation, when it's just her and Charles and he's demanding her phone, she won't give it back to him.
Correct.
When her daughter comes out and involves herself in this altercation, she wouldn't give him back the phone.
Correct.
And she advised that he's still at that point demanding his phone.
Yes.
And again, he's there to take JJ to school, right?
Right.
And then her brother comes out, and again, he's demanding the phone, and she still won't give it to him.
Correct.
Hey, Nico.
Did she ever explain to you why she didn't just hand the phone back over?
She did not, no.
I can have...
Because honestly, I don't even know if she really even took Charles's phone. I don't know if things even got heated or escalated to the point where Tylee came out with a baseball bat. I wonder if it was just literally kids were outside, They fucking shoot him, and then they crafted this whole fucking story about like, oh, I took his phone, he was chasing me around, and he was going crazy, and blah blah blah. I wonder if they just like, oh god, why is this bitch crazy? Some people are, man. Some people like that. But Nico, how are you? How's East Coast? How is everything? Hello, hello. Cold-blooded murder makes her giddy. Tee hee hee. Yeah, she's so like, oh, she's so gross.
My paralegal approach with 286. Exhibit 286 before. And is that about Charles Vallow and her views on him?
Yes.
Charles Vallow?
That's right.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
286 is admitted.
Oh, what's Con Edison? What's that?
Did Lori Vallow ever call 911?
She did not.
Not playing it. Yeah, they're right. Do you know who called 911?
I believe Alex Cox called 911.
And please remind the jury, when exactly did Alex Cox call 911 again? What was it about? Like 37 minutes after? 47 minutes after? Something like that. I don't remember. It wasn't immediately after. It was way after.
We discussed that she had multiple cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And so did you later learn that she also had Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I did.
So she has at least 2 cell phones with her, but she did not call 911.
That's correct.
After you interviewed Lori, did you have to get her and Tylee back to where the car was?
I did, yes.
Did you and someone else drive her, Tylee, and Alex Cox back?
Myself and, at the time, Detective, but now Lieutenant Moffett did.
And I'm sure some of the witnesses, when they testified and they talked about Tylee or JJ, I'm sure they spoke about them in past tense. I don't know. The jury might have picked up on that.
So can you tell us about that?
So the interviews were concluded and we were going to get them back to the house. The search warrant was still ongoing at the house, but to get them back to get vehicles, they weren't in custody. So I obtained our victim services has a minivan because it just holds a lot of people. And we used the minivan to take everyone back to the scene instead of driving 2 different cars with people. So I drove and Detective Moffett sat in the very back. Tylee was sitting up front with me and Lori and Alex were behind me.
What was Lori's demeanor in the car with her brother and you and Moffett?
She was unaffected, not emotional. The best description I can give is that she chattered the whole way, basically back to the house. Not upset, almost
crazy.
Not happy, but just really unaffected by everything that was going on. It was kind of striking.
Is there any acknowledgement about what had happened?
No.
Basically just talking like it was any other day?
That's a good description, yes.
Did you ever hear her talk about or say anything like, oh, I need to let Charles Vallow's sons know that he's dead?
No, not specifically. She had referenced at one point, like, calling people, but not that she needed to, like, do additional, like, death notification.
Tylee stated that she came out with a baseball bat. You think she was lying at the behest of Mommy Dearest? I think it's possible that the adults could have asked her to lie, and she could have lied about it to protect her mom and her uncle. But when she was telling her story to law enforcement, we were listening to the interview last week. I thought she was pretty compelling because when she was describing the motions of the baseball bat and her interactions with Charles Vallow, she was given like descriptors, like the movements and like how things were happening as it was happening. So I thought it was like kind of compelling. So she could have either lied or maybe parts of it could have happened, but most of it was like lies in terms of, whether or not Charles Vallow was like absolutely like the aggressor that he's described to be. How was the herding instinct testing? Oh my goodness, dude! I thought he was gonna do well, because he was like excited for the sheep. He was like barking at them, and he did 2 laps chasing after the sheeps, and then after that, he was like, "I'm done," because like you could hear me saying in the camera, "I'm like, oh, he's gonna pass. Oh, yeah, he's doing great," and then after he runs 2 laps, he's like, okay, I'm done. No more. And they wanted him to do more, to see like if he's got the instinct for it, to see like the type of style he has and all that stuff. So I looked back on the footage and I did see that when he was running his second lap, there was like kind of like a little like trip or something. Like I'm not too sure if there was like a little divot in the ground or if he like tripped a little bit and he was just like, nah, I'm good. Or if it was just like he was just tired. He's like 10 years old, or if it's like hot. The sheeps, they don't really start running unless you're chasing after them. So he likes to run after things if they're running. For example, if he's like chasing a cat or like the chicken that we have in the neighborhood, if he's chasing after them, once they stop running and then they just like sit there, he'll like stop and he'll just like leave them alone. So I don't know. I will say though, I don't think he has the herding instinct. I think he just likes to chase things. But maybe if we brought in a younger version of Shiro, like a 2-year-old version of Shiro, I think he could have had the energy to keep doing it. But he just didn't care for it after 2 laps. It was so funny. So he failed. He did not get his herding instinct certification. So then who does everyone think hit Alex in the back of the head? I don't know. I don't know how Alex got the little dinky injury. I wonder if Alex like tried to do it himself. Because it didn't seem to be a massive injury based on what everyone on the scene was describing. I think at most I heard was like maybe like a bit of a knot, and there was like some blood, but like the paper towel that he was using to dab on his head, it was like mostly white rather than being soaked in blood, red. We saw her talking like it was any other day in the video. Yeah, the jury can definitely see her demeanor and know that something's up. Stage it? Yeah, they definitely staged it. They definitely staged it. I just don't know how involved like the kids or Tylee was in everything. If Lori just asked her to cover, or if like Lori was also, if Lori also had Tylee involved in what was going on. But I don't know. You think Lori hit him or he did it himself? Definitely like being hit by a pro baseball player. Yeah.
When you got back to the 5531 South Four Peaks place, did you see Lori, Alex, and Tylee leave in that red Kia SUV?
They did. They left in the rental car.
Okay. What did you do initially after that?
So that was the first time that I came into the house. I came just into basically the threshold first part of that room. Detective Coons and Detective Duncan were finishing the search warrant and they were talking about some of the things that they had found. And there was some initial kind of discussion between us, and then I ultimately left because I had a different case to go work on. So I left to go do something else.
Did you go back to the police station?
I did.
Around 2 or so, did you get a call to see if you could help find Lori or Alex to come back to the house?
Yes. The detectives that were at the scene that were done doing, they were finishing the scene investigation. They were wondering if I could try to get in touch with Lori or Alex to try to get them to come back to the scene because their intention was to try to do a walkthrough and some additional investigation. So I made a couple phone calls to the number that Lori had provided to me.
So you made more than one call to that 808 number?
I believe 2.
Did you leave a message?
I left a message, yes.
Okay. After you had called and tried to reach her, what did you do?
I ended up going back to the scene very briefly while they were finishing. And at that point, Alex had come back to the scene. Lori and Tylee were present with that red rental car again. And I was outside and the other detectives were inside finishing up crime scene work.
Did you ever learn from Detective Coons or Duncan that they had searched the house and they couldn't find Charles's cell phone?
When I went back the second time, the detectives on scene, Coons and Duncan, had said that they couldn't find his phone.
And you had interviewed Lori, so you knew that at some point she'd had it, right?
Correct.
And she had, in fact, told you multiple times that she had refused to give it back to Charles, right?
That's correct.
But you had never asked her, do you still have it?
I did not.
So you're at the house, you see Lori and Tylee. Did you go ask her about it?
I did.
So can you tell us about that?
I walked up to where the vehicle had pulled up. Tylee was actually still inside the car, and I asked them if they knew where Charles's phone was. And at that point, they volunteered that they had the phone. I believe Tylee pulled it out of the cup holder to hand to me, and I asked them if they knew what the passcode to the phone was, and both of them were able to give me the passcode, and I took custody of the phone from them.
Did Lori tell you anything about where she found the phone?
I think she said that she found the phone in the car.
When you were asking her about her now deceased husband's phone that she found in the car, what is her demeanor like when she's interacting with you again here?
It's the same that it's been the whole time. Pretty calm and kind of unaffected by what's going on.
Did it seem odd to you that she said that she found that inside his car when she was talking to you about having it in her hands and refusing to give it to Charles?
It struck me as a little odd, yes.
So they give you the phone and you said that you were able to get the passcode or PIN for it. Did Lori say she knew it as well?
Lori and Tylee.
And what was the passcode?
I believe it was all zeros.
Okay. Did you ever check to see if that would open the phone?
I did not.
Did you later give Charles's phone to be given to Detective McDonald?
I did.
We can have a paralegal approach with 245.
Oh, this is so cool. Look at this. Oh, where'd it go? I lost it. Sketch artist. Isn't this so awesome? Oh, this is so cool. There's a sketch artist in the gallery, and I guess they have their watercolors with them. Clerk, judge, witness, jury over here, court reporter, lectern, prosecution, defense, clerk, bailiff. That's awesome. Susan Bin, a court sketch artist, drew these images to show a view of the courtroom. Super cool.
Do you remember or recognize what Exhibit 245 is?
I do.
And what is that?
So this is evidence item 131035-1, and it's a cell phone in a black case. And then it's kind of common practice, the passcode's on a sticky on the phone.
Is that the phone that was given to you by Tylee with Lori there?
I believe so, yes.
Did you provide that to Officer Allness to then give it to a Detective McDonald?
So Sergeant Ulness, at the time of this, was the sergeant over our computer crime section, which is where Detective McDonald worked. And it's common practice for us to turn over items to them so they can do exams.
And does that phone have the number for this case and other information to indicate to you that it is the phone that you got from Lori Vallow and or Tylee?
It does.
So each case, is there a specific number? Each case has their own DR number or incident
Our evidence and
that belonged to Charles. The whole reason this whole incident occurred. Phone that Lori was discussing that belonged to Charles Vallow.
correct.
The phone that Lori had talked to you about as the whole reason this whole incident occurred.
Right.
The state will move to admit 245.
Any objection?
No objection. Later then submit a request to have an examination or extraction done of Charles's cell phone.
Correct.
Oh,
And
are we
then you
extracting
said
it?
you use the sticky on the front to let them know how to get into it.
Correct. We'll put it, if we know it, we'll put it in the request, but oftentimes we'll put it directly with the phone also.
I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Apparently it gets a little bit heated during cross-examination. All right, Lori. Cross-examination. You think Lori's going to get super fiery?
Detective Detective Inkland, who was the case agent on July 11th, 2019?
That would have been Detective Moffett, who's now Lieutenant Moffett.
Okay. And then when did Detective Duncan when did the switch happen from Detective Moffett to Detective Duncan being the case agent? Do you know?
When Detective Moffett was promoted to Sergeant Moffett, once you're promoted, you go back to patrol as a supervisor. So when you leave the unit, we reassign case officer responsibility to a detective that's currently inside the unit. So if somebody retires or promotes, that case agent responsibility would shift over to someone else.
Okay. Do you know when that was about?
I don't.
Was it like sometime in that year of 2019 or much later?
I don't know.
Okay.
By the time Charles was killed, Lori had already left with Chad for 58 days or whatever it was. Didn't she? What reason she could have to take his phone and withhold it from him? Yeah, by the time Charles was killed, Lori did disappear for 58 days. And then she decided to move back to Arizona. Charles was paying for the house that they were renting in, while Charles was living in Texas. Now, I think the phone thing could just be a complete lie. Like, they could have just shot him, like, straight up. Like, no warning whatsoever. Nothing going down. But if she were to take his phone, I don't know, she could have just been like, oh, hey, can I see your phone really quick? I don't know. I feel like, would Charles really let Lori take his phone? Unless Charles put it down for a second and then she grabbed it. I don't know. I just feel like Charles just probably wouldn't leave his phone alone. Especially with Lori and Alex being there, and he was already suspicious that Alex was there for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the phone thing is like probably bullshit.
You had talked about when you got the call to come and respond to the house on July 11th. About what time was that?
It was probably about 10 or 15 minutes after the initial radio traffic. I just remember I was on the 202 going westbound and my phone rang.
And when you showed up, you had stated that Alex was seated on the curb. Is that correct?
He was the first time I noticed him, yes.
And you also stated that an adult female and Tylee were already across the street when you arrived?
No.
Oh, we weren't there yet?
No.
Okay. How long after you arrived did we arrive?
I don't know when you arrived. I just became aware of you at some point. I did not see you arrive. You were not there when I got there, but at some point you got there and I became aware of you outside.
Okay. But you weren't in the house, correct?
No.
In the morning? So where were you that you didn't see us coming up in between that time?
I was in front of the house.
And was your view obscured by something?
I don't believe so.
So you didn't see us drive up, you just noticed us being there at some point?
Correct.
Okay.
Where are we going with this, Lori?
And when you first saw us, what were we doing? Were we talking to the officer?
I believe so.
Or waiting to talk to the officer?
When I first saw you, Officer Krautheim was standing with you, and it appeared like you were all talking together. I couldn't hear you from where I was at. I just noticed you.
Okay, so you saw him talking to us, but you didn't see us initially come up before when he told us to stay where we were. You didn't see that part?
I just became aware of you standing there.
Okay. And you talked about my demeanor, right? Being ordinary? Is that what you said?
Being ordinary?
You said ordinary, non-emotional, nonchalant.
Correct.
What's your definition of nonchalant?
Oh, we're going to go down this whole nonchalant thing again? Oh, my Lord. Nonchalance. I mean, the jury can see it for themselves. They literally can see you in the fucking interview room. You're chipper. Nonchalant as in you don't give a fuck about what's happening, you know? You're just chill. Oh, man. Okay, we're going to go with the nonchalant thing again.
Of nonchalant?
Pretty almost detached, just calm, doesn't really matter, kind of not extraordinary.
Do you have a degree in psychology?
I do not.
Do you know what a person should act like if they're in a stressful situation?
So there isn't one way to act. There's just behavior that is striking.
Ooh. Striking behavior.
Correct.
Okay. At some point when you...
Oh, man, she's doing really well on the stand. Because I think for her to further kind of describe more about Lori's behavior? You know, nonchalant, detached, calm, doesn't really matter. Man, that's even worse. She's doing a really good job. She must have testified like so many times prior. Wow.
Came over to talk to me and my daughter. Did we express to you that she needed her medications that were in the house?
I believe so, and that.
And what did you instruct us about?
At one point, I advised the detectives that were inside of that request, but that a search warrant was happening inside the house. So we would do our best to facilitate people getting things from the house.
Do you have a degree in psychology? No, I have 2 fucking eyes and can see you're a sociopath. Nonchalant triggers Lori so much. She don't
But
like
the search warrant's going to take precedence to what's going on.
Right, so basically that it's a crime scene and we can't really enter, but someone would try to get them for her?
Correct.
Okay, and did someone go and get them for her?
At that point, we did not have a search warrant. We weren't going to be entering the house or removing any items from the house. We didn't have legal authority to go in and remove items without a search warrant. So nothing was going to be removed from the house at that point.
But you were aware that she needed her panic attack medicine?
I was
Objection as to testifying and asked and answered.
Sustained, you can ask her if she was aware that she needed that medication.
You were aware that she needed her medication?
I was aware you made a request for her medication.
What are you writing?
And it would have been non-emotional if I was trying to be calm for my daughter?
I object to speculation.
Sustained.
Were you being calm?
I believe so.
Was Officer Krautine being calm?
No, we already, this didn't work. This didn't work. The state prosecutor had such a good follow-up question. Well, y'all were calm. Yeah, we were calm. Did you just shot someone? Nope. Would you compare yourself to the suspect? Nope. Completely different. Oh, man. We going with this? Come on, Lori.
Sustained.
Were you being calm?
I believe so.
Was Officer Krautine being calm?
I think so.
Were the firefighters being calm?
I didn't see the firefighters or have any interaction with them.
Were the other detectives being calm?
I believe so.
The EMS guys were being calm?
Again, I didn't see them and have any interaction with them.
But it was a pretty calm environment that day, was it not?
I don't know if I'd agree with that, but
Well, no one was running around hysterical, right?
correct.
Okay. The information that you received from the briefing, was that from Officer, is it Krautine? Sorry.
Krautheim.
Krautheim. Okay, thank you. Was Officer Krautheim the one that gave you the briefing on what had happened?
So Officer Krautheim and Officer Wisbicki, who Sergeant Wisbicki now, provided information to the detectives and my sergeant that had arrived.
And then who briefed you personally?
So it's a kind of a collective conversation where the initial information is provided and then we start doing assignments, basically.
Right, so Officer, sorry, say his name one more time.
Krautheim.
Krautheim, okay. I'm gonna write that in phonetically. I'm sorry. So he was wearing a body cam. I'm sorry, Krautheim, okay. I'm gonna write that in phonetically. I'm sorry. So he was wearing a body cam, is that correct, that day? Officer Krautheim?
Correct.
And so was that briefing on body cam?
I don't know.
And you talked about the death notification to me and to Tylee. You said that Tylee and I were in the van. Is that correct?
Correct, when I came over to talk to you.
And who was with you?
My sergeant, Sergeant Lockwood.
And was Detective Moffat not with you as well?
Oh, do you think she's going to do that as well? I wonder she'll ask if she heard her and Alex conspire. Did you have a video recording of my husband getting shot? Were you there when my husband was getting shot? Did you hear me and my brother conspire to shoot my husband? Oh, God. Please, not those scripts. Not those scripts. The address is easy to get to. If they're not home, I just get to skip it. Oh, wait. They have to be home in order for you to check it? Or you mean like if they like lock the gate and stuff like that?
He was not.
And so you had stated that you had asked me to get out of the van? Is that correct?
I was trying to get you to come, my intention was to get you to come out of the van, and then you made a statement that you were there, you already knew.
What did you say that made me say that I was already there?
I was asking you to step out of the van, and you said, I was there, I already know.
I already know what?
That Charles had died? I was trying not to tell you in front of your daughter.
That would have been nice, but that wasn't the point. How did I know you were coming to give me a death notification?
Can I object to speculation?
Sustained.
Did you notify me that I'm going to give you a death notification? I don't want to do it in front of your daughter? What did you say?
It would be slightly redundant.
Why would she say that if she didn't want to say it in front of your daughter?
In front of your daughter? What did you say?
It would be slightly redundant to tell you I was doing a death notification if I didn't want to tell you in front of your daughter.
Why would I say to you, I already know?
Sustained. That's the form of the question calls for her to speculate about your state of mind.
So did you speak to me giving me a death notification, or was it Lockwood, sorry. Who spoke to us?
We were both involved in that.
Is she like, is she, I wonder if she's just on purpose, if she is just mispronouncing these names. That way, when someone corrects her, she could do like a little giggly bit. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me write that out. Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I get your name right. I really care about getting your name right, even though I murdered my fucking kids.
In the conversation.
Horrible.
And what was said to us?
You said that you were there and you already knew. And at that point, shortly thereafter, I asked you if you and Tylee would come back to the station to do interviews so I could talk with you.
You asked us if we would come, or you said we're going to go down to the station and interview you?
I asked you if you would come. It was a consensual contact. It was a voluntary interview.
And is this on body cam?
I did not have a body cam at the time, no.
Were you not listening?
Did Lockwood have a body cam?
He did not. He was assigned to do investigations.
So we voluntarily went to the station, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And you drove, is that correct?
I did.
And it was a 20 or so minute drive.
About that.
And we arrived at the station, and you separated us into 2 rooms, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you ask me permission to speak to my minor daughter?
I indicated to you that I wanted to interview both of you and that we would go do the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center.
And what is the protocol for interviewing a minor?
It depends on the circumstances where you're interviewing them.
Okay, and are you a certified forensic interviewer of children?
I am.
And so would that be something that you would ask the parent if you could interview the minor child?
It depends on the circumstances.
Okay, and did you ask me?
I did not specifically ask your permission.
Did you ask Tylee if she wanted to be interviewed?
Can I object to hearsay?
Well, the question, I'll overrule that objection. The question is, did you ask Tylee, yes or no?
I did at one point ask if I could speak with her.
Did either of us know that we were being videotaped?
I don't know.
Were we told that we were being videotaped?
No.
At that time, when we entered into the rooms, you left Tylee in there alone and came in to interview me, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long was that interview that you and I had?
Remember when she asked Serena, why was I talking? And she was like, yeah, I mean, that's just how conversations work. People take turns talking. I know where Lori was trying to go with that, though. She was trying to say that, like, oh, why was I the one, like, proselytizing while you guys were just listening there? Like, you guys were coming to me for, like, a fucking seminar or something. And it was like, no, it seems like you guys were having a conversation. Lori was the one who was dominant of that conversation. And she was probably telling these women, like, oh, my God, Charles is crazy. Like, Charles is this, Charles is that. And, like, you know, try to convince these women that something is up with Charles and they need to do something about it. Ugh. Wild. Wild, wild, wild.
I think it's about 35, 40 minutes, maybe a little longer.
And so that whole time, Tylee was in the room by herself?
Correct.
Not knowing she was being videoed? Correct.
I don't know if she knew or not.
And without her medication? Correct.
I don't know, but I believe so.
And I was worried about her, if you recall. Is that correct?
Objection to relevance.
Sustained.
Do you always wear your gun when you are doing a forensic interview of a child?
The majority of the time now, yes, because my assignment's different. When my assignment was in our family violence unit and I was doing forensic interviews of child victims, then no.
Did you treat us like we were victims that day?
Actually, yes.
And did you think that wearing your gun might be intimidating to a child?
No, given her age, no.
Is that your normal protocol?
Can I object to asked and answered?
She can answer. Overruled.
For which part?
For wearing your gun doing a forensic interview of a child.
So I wasn't doing a DFI of Tylee. I was doing an interview with a witness to a scene. If it was a DFI, it would be different.
How would it be different?
So a dedicated forensic interview of a child is much different. It's structured much different. It's conducted much differently, and they're typically done of victims of very specific allegations. Physical child abuse, sexual child abuse, things along those lines. The interview with Tylee was done basically as a witness interview. I did defer some to almost like a victim status.
Her trying to play the mother card or the wife card. So gross.
But her interview wasn't a DFI. It wasn't done as a dedicated forensic interview. She was a witness, a potential witness to a homicide.
How long did you interview Tylee for?
I believe we talked for about similar amount of time, 30, 40 minutes.
At the time, that day on July 11th, did you believe Tylee?
I'm going to object.
Sustained.
With your experience in forensically interviewing children, did you think Tylee's demeanor was genuine that day?
I'm going to object
Same
to
question.
speculation.
Sustained.
Did you have a reason to think that she might be making something up?
I'm going to object again to speculation.
Sustained.
Same thing.
Did you learn during Tylee's interview?
I'm going to object right there to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you learn during my interview that Tylee came in with a bat?
I did.
And was that confirmed by Tylee?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, pretrial ruling,
yeah.
hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we have a sidebar?
No, that's hearsay. It's sustained.
Put her in her place.
At the end of our interviews, Detective Inklin, where did you put us?
You stayed in the Family Advocacy Center until we were ready to leave.
And did you put us in a room with a victim's advocate
I did.
and introduce us to her?
I did.
And we spoke to her?
I believe so, yes.
And then after however long that was, then you came in with my brother Alex, is that correct?
We met them outside of the Family Advocacy Center, and then we
This is
left
why you
to
don't-
go back to the house.
This is why you don't represent yourself. If you don't have a law degree, if you've never, been in defense, a criminal defense attorney before, none of that. Prosecution, none of that. None of that.
We met them outside of the Family Advocacy Center, and then we left to go back to the house.
And you stated that I chatted the whole way back, is that correct?
You did.
It wasn't Tylee and Alex chatting the whole way, it was me specifically?
You mostly.
Wow. There she goes again, trying to lay the blame on Tylee or Alex. It wasn't me. I didn't shoot. I was in the kitchen. It wasn't me. I didn't bring the baseball bat. It was Tylee. Charles was the aggressor. I wasn't the one who was talking. It was them two. Gosh, she's just trying to blame everything on other people that are fucking dead. They're not even here anymore.
It wasn't me just looking out the window and them talking to you.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
You can answer. Overall.
I want to go back a little bit.
Center, and then we left to go back to the house.
And you stated that I chatted the whole way back, is that correct?
You did.
It wasn't Tylee and Alex chatting the whole way, it was me specifically?
You mostly.
It wasn't me just looking out the window and them talking to you.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
You can answer. Overall. You can answer.
Can you ask it again?
It wasn't Alex and Tylee speaking to you and me just looking out the window the whole way home?
No.
I love this witness.
And then when we got back to the house, what happened then?
You, Tylee, and Alex left in the rental car, the little red SUV, and I spoke briefly with the detectives who were on the scene.
Who told us to leave?
Oh, wait a second. Who was with? Oh, was JJ still at school? Who picked up JJ from school then?
In the rental car.
I don't recall who told you. I just know that Alex could not take his vehicle because the search warrant was still going and the vehicle was on the curtilage of the property.
Right. So we were told we couldn't take the truck, is that correct?
I believe so.
And we were told we couldn't take Tylee's Jeep, is that correct?
Correct, it was in the garage.
And we couldn't take my car because it was in the garage as well?
I believe so.
And so our only alternative, because we couldn't enter the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And that we were told that we could come back later, but not at that time, is that correct?
At the conclusion of the search warrant, yes.
And so we were told that we could take the rental car because it wasn't behind the police tape. Is that correct?
Correct. It wasn't part of the search warrant.
That we could leave and that we could come back later after we picked up JJ from school. Is that correct?
You could come back, assuming you picked him up from school, yes?
Well, that's not what we were instructed to do.
Objection, again, testifying.
Sustained.
So we left, is that correct? And then you entered the house after that?
You left, correct, and I entered the house after that, correct?
And what did you do inside the house after we left?
I had some brief discussion with the detectives who were on scene, and at that point left to go work on another case.
So in the brief discussions that you had with whoever this was, were you briefing them on the events of what had happened up to that point, or?
So Detective Coons and Detective Duncan were present, along with Detective Werther. There was a crime scene technician as well, and they were briefly discussing some of the artifacts that they had found in the search warrant and kind of what they were going to do. And I indicated if I wasn't needed, I was going to go work on other casework.
Okay. And then you left shortly after that?
I did.
About what time do you think that was?
I honestly have no idea.
Do you know what time we got back to the house?
I don't specifically recall now.
You indicated that when we came back to for Alex to do the walkthrough, that you realized you didn't have Charles' phone, is that correct?
They had indicated prior to you coming back that they had not recovered Charles's phone. So when you returned, I asked you and subsequently Tylee about Charles's phone and where it was at.
And did she hand over the phone to you right away, right?
She did. She picked it up out of the cup holder and handed it to me.
And that's where it had been pretty much the whole day.
Oh, shit.
I don't know if she knew or not.
And without her at that time, a new extraction of the devices. Interviews, Detective Inkland, where did you put us? From school, is that correct?
You could come back, assuming you picked him up with Detective Werther. There was a crime scene technician as well, and they were briefly discussing some of the artifacts that they had found in the search warrant and kind of what they were going to do. And I indicated if I wasn't needed, I was going to go work on other casework.
That
Sorry,
you
I
realized
messed
you
up.
didn't have Charles' phone, is that correct?
They had indicated prior to you coming back that they had not recovered Charles's phone. So when you returned, I asked you and subsequently Tylee about Charles's phone and where it was at.
And did she hand over the phone to you right away, right?
She did. She picked it up out of the cup holder and handed it to me.
And that's where it had been pretty much the whole day since I ran out the door with it.
I'm going to object to speculation and
Sustained.
testifying.
And then you asked us for the code, is that correct?
I did.
And Tylee gave you the code, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was about what time?
It was later in the afternoon, but I don't remember what time.
And then what happens to the phone as far as chain of custody? What happened from you taking it from Tylee to where it went next?
So our computer crimes detectives work within the main station where I work. Most of our detectives work out of there. And they do the physical exams and the downloads of the phones, computers, electronic devices there at the station. Our property room is separate. It's about a mile away from the police department. So typically when we have cell phones or devices that need exams, we will immediately deliver the device to the computer crime section. Their workspace, their cubicles and workspace upstairs is a dedicated locked area. The only people that can get into where their cubicles and exam space are the detectives that work in that area. So it sounds silly. We go up and bang on the door and get in touch with somebody and we'll turn devices over to them. And then in our property section and our report management, we do what's called an evidence continuity sheet. So that shows how items travel from place to place, person to person, like a phone to a computer detective or like evidence from the property room to the lab or something like that. So we will physically hand over items to the computer crimes detectives. Often cell phones have very time sensitive criteria as well. So we don't typically impound them straight into property. They go straight to a computer crimes detective.
Okay, so I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. Thank you for that. I'm gonna backtrack to, from your hands, it goes into a evidence bag?
No, it's usually in a bag. It's not sealed because we hand it over because they're gonna do an exam.
So who did you hand it over to them at the station, or did you give it to someone else at the house?
No, it got handed over at the station in their workspace. They typically don't come out to scenes unless we request them. So the majority of the time we're turning evidence over to them at the station or their work area.
Okay, so just so I understand, it went from you to them.
Correct.
So you had it in your hands and delivered it to them at the station that day?
I believe so, yes.
And so you, according to the grand jury, it was at 3:11 p.m.
Your Honor.
Oh, sorry.
The objection sustained.
My understanding was that it was about
Hold
3.
on, hold on.
Objection.
Let's break for the evening recess. Let's have the jurors report and be ready for 10:15 tomorrow morning. 10
Oh, we're ending the middle? Okay, so I thought she was going to be done. Oh, man.
to the grand jury and what was said in the grand jury proceedings. You can use that time and ask the witness, is 3:30 sound right, for example? But let's move on. The reason that I allowed in the various different clips of the defendant's statement over the defendant's, I should say, interview at the police station over the defendant's objection, Rule 106 isn't really applicable in that situation. Rule 106 is intended to complete a statement when only a portion of the statement is offered and it distorts or changes the meaning of the actual statement. And it's really meant for very short statements, not entire interviews or versions of what happened. Additionally, the state has the discretion to only admit certain parts of your statement that are admissions. They're not going to admit statements, nor should they admit statements that are self-serving hearsay. So there's a reason why your interview has been cut up into different pieces. That's just for the record. Let's have everyone ready at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll discuss those
The judge trying to teach Lori. Lori, you ain't no shit.
other motions, give the defendant a chance to meet with her team about those other motions that we talked about this morning. So we'll do that at 10. We'll have the jury here and ready to go at 10:15 to resume with this witness. Anything else from the state,
Here you go.
from the defense?
Yes, we have one item, Your Honor. On Thursday, we were handed this by the state in the morning. It's a new extraction of the devices of Charles Vallow, and it's the gray key that we had requested, but none of them open. So we have a flash drive, and we got it to our expert, and now it's...
Go there.
You what?
Have to go see him.
So they're not opening. So I don't know if we need to get a new extraction or if it was tested
Well,
before it was handed over.
I don't know if it's a matter of what program's being used to open it. Do we know? I think we need more information.
We can't utilize it if it's blank,
Well,
so...
Is it Mr. Dorkin says he can't open it at all?
It's my investigator that can't open it, and then he'll hand it over to Mr. Dorkin
Why don't you
as
just
well.
tell me, sir? What's your name for the record?
Jeff Waite.
All right, what's the problem?
I tried to open it. I had Lonnie on the phone this morning. He's out of town, but he is on his way he's on his way back. He won't be here till probably 6 to 7 o'clock tonight. And I need to go up and see if he's able to extract any information from it.
Are you just trying to click on it and opening it, or are you opening it with a particular program?
I sat with him and we were going over things for about 4 hours this morning.
Okay. I guess, where's the extraction coming from? Who's handing that over to you?
That is the Chandler Police Department handed over the raw data from Gray Key. So it's just raw random data. So I don't know it.
So it's not,
It's not parsed into any sort of way to read.
The reader. That's what I was working with
There
Lonnie.
is no reader with it. It would have to be then input into a Cellbrite to parse the data. It is the Gray Key raw data.
All right.
And was trying to do that this morning, and that's what I spent 4 hours doing this morning.
I think unless you have a Cellbrite account, you're not going to be able to open that.
I have two different kinds of, I have the old version and the new version of Cellbrite, and I couldn't get them to open.
You see the prosecutor's like head. Well, looks like you need to call Cellbrite tech support then.
The Cellbrite that they gave us is an old version, the 7.2, I think it is. And I think
They gave us? We
I'm
didn't
sorry.
give you Cellbrite.
It's on the.
That's a UFED reader. That's not Cellbrite.
The Cellbrite is on the Discovery.
With that.
I'm sorry.
With the Discovery we just handed over?
With the Discovery that was handed over before, it's downloaded onto my computer.
No, I think that's right.
All right.
With the FDRs.
I'm not sure that
I
that's
got two
correct.
different
I think that it would need to go to Mr. Dworkin to review.
Is there
State prosecutor's like, I'm not the fucking tech support. Y'all figured that shit out. Have you tried turning it on and off again? Hi, Greenest Hugo. How are you doing today? Yeah, Lori, welcome to the Lori Vallow shit show.
someone at the police department that Mr. Dworkin can make?
Right? Per my last email, energy. I can see her shaking her head too, like little micro head shakes over here.
Maybe get on a call with to try to figure out what the disconnect is here.
Well, he should be, hopefully, in the next hour and 40 minutes, he'll be back home.
I guess if he has a problem, I mean, obviously I have multiple problems with the fact that we're still talking about an expert that has been presumptively precluded.
Right.
While the state is nearing ending its case in chief.
I
That being
guess in
said,
theory, it could be for the next trial, but I don't know that that's going to happen either.
So I guess I would need to know first if that's actually a problem for Mr. Dworkin or not. And then if so, we would have to try to, perhaps he could explain why it's a problem.
I guess, is there someone Mr. Dworkin can, a contact point to try to figure out why, if it's a problem on this end versus that end?
I don't have anyone off the top of my head. My case agent is out ill today, so I couldn't tell you who that would be.
Okay.
Your Honor, she had an expert come to testify this about the gray key. I don't know if he's a person that was on the stand on Thursday that we could ask about this. I don't know if he made the extractions and gave them to the prosecution.
I don't know if that's technically an extraction as opposed to the raw data.
That is just the raw data.
I'm still trying to figure out, is it a problem with what's been disclosed, or is it a problem with who's trying to open it, the correct programs? I guess get with Mr. Dworkin later tonight and see if it can be resolved. If not, I'm going to have to figure out who he needs to contact or try to problem solve tomorrow sometime.
We'll let you know in the morning, Your Honor.
But again, this is unlikely to be an issue for this trial, but it could be something for the next trial. All right, we'll be at recess. I wish I had a better resolution, but I don't right now.
Good luck. You said y'all figure it out. Good luck.
I'm traveling.
I'm just kidding. He's trying to help a little bit. He's trying to help. Thank you for watching Court TV, your front row to justice. All right, before the Court TV music kicks in, very, very baby summary because I need to get dinner started. All right, so Lori Vallow trial, day 5 today. We had a medical examiner testify talking about Charles Vallow's injuries, the wounds, the gunshot wounds. Lori Vallow did bring up bamboo clothing again and how bamboo clothing could be tough and how it could have made one of the exit wounds into something called a shored exit wound. But remember, she's debating the shored exit wound because that means Charles Vallow was most likely laying on the ground while he was shot. So she's trying to dispute that. Then we got to listen to someone from the Social Security, Special Agent Mark Sari, who works with the Social Security. He investigates crimes and frauds. Apparently, Tylee was getting about $1,900 from the death of her father, her other father, not Charles Vallow. And then when Charles passed away, JJ was getting $1,951. Tylee was getting $1,951. So about $4,000 that Lori Vallow would be getting, but it's supposed to be used for the care of her children. Lori Vallow remarried. She never updated the Social Security office about her marriage because if she does update them, then she herself wouldn't get there's a term for it. I forgot. It's like the mother and care benefits. Yeah, the mother and care benefits. So basically, Lori Vallow committing some, Social Security fraud. And then we got to listen from someone who worked from the Banner Life Insurance Company. Oh, here it is. Banner Life Insurance Company, essentially, she was the one that talked to Lori Vallow on the phone when Lori Vallow was trying to collect the life insurance money. And then they're like, we'll email you. Lori gets the email. The email says, you're not the fucking beneficiary. Peace out. Bye. And then so Lori's trying to figure out who it is. And then she does this whole thing where she's like, oh, I don't understand why he would do this. Like, we have 5 children together. One of my kids is special needs. We're married for 15 years. He owes a lot of people money. They're going to come after me for money now. So there's that whole phone call that was recorded that was played for the jury. Then we get to hear from Jeff Moberg, who was the firearms expert. And then lastly, Detective Cassandra Inklin, where she basically interviewed Tylee and Lori Vallow, and they played clips of it for the jury. Essentially, just Lori giving the story and how she was like, she took Charles's phone away. Charles was going after her. And at some point, Charles was getting really scary and how Alex had to shoot Charles. But throughout the entire time, her demeanor, when she's being described as nonchalant or she's like, chipper and kind of acts like nothing's fazing her, like everything's fine. I mean, the jury can see for themselves that that's her demeanor after her husband was shot. Was she sad? Was she crying? Was she upset? Didn't seem like it. And Lori's trying to say, well, are you a psychologist? Do you know how people act when they're shocked? Do you know how people act after a traumatic event? And then the detective was able to clap back quite a few times. So I think listening to that cross-examination, it's definitely worth it. And then tomorrow, we're going to continue with the cross-examination of the detective. The judge did stop Lori abruptly, and I'm glad because I'm hungry and I need to go make some dinner. Also, I looked up for a recipe for green chili chicken enchiladas, and they actually look pretty good. I'm excited to try to make them. I'll let y'all know how that goes, all right? So for those guys who are here, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for watching this trial with us. We will continue again tomorrow. And again, I usually try to continue when the lunch hour starts. That way, we can just kind of catch up with everyone's testimony. But the state said that they were planning to rest their case in chief Thursday. I don't know. I feel like we're moving very, very quickly. I feel like it might be tomorrow. And then it'll be Lori's turn to present her case. And, the big question is Lori going to testify? Is that bitch going to go up there and testify? I hope so. Let her go up there and testify. Oh, man. Hey, Corky, it's past my bedtime, but I can't miss any part of this stream. Also, if you guys are not caught up with the Lori Vallow trial, I did do a recap in an hour and a half video, basically recapping the past 4 days of trial. So day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and check it out if you guys want to catch up with everything that's happening. And then separately, I do have Lori Vallow's opening statement if you haven't listened to that yet. And then I do have a separate video for Kay Woodcock's testimony and cross-examination, which I think, you know, if you're really into this case, I definitely recommend listening to Kay Woodcock's testimony. Get her perspective, because, you know, Charles isn't around anymore. He's dead. He's not able to testify. He's not able to talk about what was going on between him and Lori. And we need to hear from other people who know the real Lori, and other people who have seen and experienced how Lori can be, and basically let the jury know what Charles is going through. So definitely listen to Kay Woodcock's testimony if you can. Share the recipe if it's good. Oh man, so because I'm lactose intolerant, I'm gonna have to make some major adjustments to the recipe, which most people won't like. So like no cheese, no cream cheese, and then it has to be like a dairy-free like cream cheese, or like a lactose-free yogurt or something like that. I don't know. I'll let you guys know how that goes. What I'm making for dinner, I got some salmon that I marinated, some miso salmon with like OJ, and then I got some broccoli. And oh, I made this this stew thing. I don't know. Apparently it's very it's like the type of stews that like Vikings eat or something like that. It's like a lamb stew with like cabbage and potatoes, and it's actually really good. I tried making it from watching this YouTube video. Yeah. It's supposed to be like high protein, low carb, and very filling. But yeah, I need to find a place that sells lamb for a little bit cheaper, because lamb's kind of expensive. Kind of expensive. She loves to testify. I hope she does. I know. And because she didn't testify at her murder trial because she was too busy probably pretending to be crazy, you know, I want her to get cross-examined. Let her get grilled. All right, y'all. Have a good one. Take care. I will see you guys probably tomorrow to see what's going on with the rest of the testimonies. And yeah, we'll end it there. All right, y'all. Have a good one. Take care. If you guys enjoyed the stream, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, have your notifications on. Feel free to join the Discord. I have my notifications that go out on Discord as well, so y'all don't miss out when I go live. And thank you so much for being here. Take care, y'all. I will see ya later.